Hey there, tonight we're going to explore all the mysteries of the world together. There are still places in this world that leave modern people bewildered, ancient structures so massive, mysterious artifacts, and even entire civilizations that once flourished brilliantly only to vanish without a trace. These are not legends or fairy tales, but real mysteries documented by archaeologists and historians. Today, we will journey together into the unsolved mysteries of the ancient world, where history itself sometimes breaks all the rules. But first, don't forget to subscribe and click the bell button so you can join our notification squad and never miss a journey into the world's greatest ancient mysteries. Number 1. Tomb of Qin Shi Huang, the Emperor's untouched burial site. Beneath the green hills of Shaanxi Province, China, there lies a place where history and legend have yet to reach their deepest end. This is the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor to unite all of China. For more than 2,000 years, this mausoleum has remained perfectly intact. It is protected not only by an army of imposing terracotta warriors, but also by countless stories of hidden treasures, deadly traps, and secrets never revealed. While the famous terracotta army has been unearthed and become one of the world's greatest archaeological wonders, the central chamber of the tomb, where the most powerful emperor in Chinese history rests, remains completely untouched and unexplored. The tomb complex is located near Xi'an, spanning an immense area of 56 square kilometers. Construction began when Qin Shi Huang was only a 13-year-old boy and was only completed after his death. Surrounding the tomb are hundreds of burial pits, each filled with clay soldiers, war horses, and chariots. Every single statue was crafted with meticulous detail, their faces and armor distinct from one another, as if each figure had once truly lived in history. The historian Sima Qian once described the tomb as a magnificent underground palace, a microcosm of the emperor's entire kingdom. According to the chronicles, inside the tomb are flowing rivers of mercury representing the great rivers of China, designed to run eternally through the chamber. The ceiling of the tomb was inlaid with pearls to recreate a sky full of stars, while treasures, palaces, and even officials were buried to serve the emperor in the afterlife. There were even automatic traps, like crossbows set to fire at intruders, to protect the secrets of the tomb from any who might dare enter. Legend has it that many craftsmen who built the tomb were buried alive afterward to ensure no one could ever reveal its true entrance. Today, modern surveys using advanced technology have confirmed that beneath the massive mound lies a mysterious structure, and the soil in the area contains unusually high concentrations of mercury, in 7, perfectly matching Sima Qian's ancient descriptions. Yet, not a single archaeologist has dared to dig deeper. The most important reason is that experts fear any attempt to excavate the tomb now would result in the permanent destruction of whatever remains inside. When the terracotta army was first discovered, the vibrant colors of the statues vanished within minutes of exposure to air. Furthermore, the mercury in the soil poses a significant danger to both people and the environment. If not handled with extreme care, the consequences could be akin to a massive chemical spill. Moreover, preservation technology for fragile materials such as silk, ancient paper, or important documents is still not truly ready for such an enormous task. Beyond scientific reasons, there are also deep spiritual and cultural factors at play. In China, imperial tombs are considered sacred ground. To disturb them would be seen as an affront to the ancestors and to national history itself. The tomb of Qin Shi Huang is even more special, for he is a symbol of unity and absolute power. Not only ordinary citizens, but even the government, are extremely cautious about releasing survey data, and many believe there may be secrets within the tomb that the world is simply not ready to face. Some bold theories even suggest the tomb could hold ancient knowledge far beyond our understanding, or perhaps evidence of a once advanced civilization or lost technologies. Today, millions of visitors come each year to marvel at the terracotta army. Yet, the central burial mound, believed to hold the emperor's actual tomb, still stands undisturbed, a silent reminder of a past filled with mystery and power. Number 2. The 1978 Giza Pyramid Reconstruction Experiment. In 1978, a group of Japanese scientists set out for Egypt with a bold and ambitious goal: to find out, through practical experience, whether modern humans could actually recreate the legendary feat of pyramid construction accomplished by the ancient Egyptians. They brought not only their scientific knowledge, but also the support of 100 experienced Egyptian laborers who were well-versed in heavy construction work. To make the project a reality, they needed funding from a popular Japanese television program, and, just as importantly, they had to secure official permission from the Egyptian government. The authorities agreed, but only on the condition that once the experiment was over, the small pyramid would be completely dismantled and the construction site restored to its original state. The research team's original plan was to build a 20-meter-high pyramid using only primitive methods, rope pulleys, and hand tools, eschewing any kind of modern machinery. They believed that by engaging directly in the process, they would gain deeper insight into the secrets of the ancients. But reality soon proved to be far more complicated than anything they had imagined on paper. From the very first attempt to cut 4-ton blocks of stone using primitive tools, the group ran into their first major obstacle. The work demanded extraordinary physical strength and consumed an enormous amount of time and effort. At times, the team nearly gave up, confronted by stones whose weight far exceeded their expectations and which simply could not be cut or moved using only rudimentary tools. Faced with these practical difficulties, the researchers had no choice but to revise their entire plan. They decided to reduce the height of the pyramid to just 10 meters and to use much smaller blocks, each weighing only about 1 ton. However, even with the size and weight drastically reduced, the work was still anything but easy, and it soon became clear that some degree of modern intervention was unavoidable. They were forced to use electric saws to cut the stone, and at that point, the original aim of the project was no longer fully intact. But the difficulties didn't end there. When it came time to transport the stone blocks to the construction site, the team tried everything, floating them down the river on wooden rafts, dragging them by hand, pulling with ropes, but nothing worked efficiently. Even after finally getting the blocks to the edge of the site, 50 workers combined could not move a single stone a meaningful distance. It became painfully clear that if they continued this way, it could take them years to finish the structure, even though it was only a small-scale pyramid. With no other options left, the research team had to lay down temporary railway tracks to drag the stones, and later, they had to bring in cranes, and ultimately, even a helicopter, to place the blocks at the topmost positions of the experimental pyramid. Looking back on the entire process, everyone had to admit that while they had managed to build a model pyramid, it was far smaller than the original plan. The stones were much lighter than those in the real Giza pyramids. And most importantly, they had relied heavily on modern machinery, rather than the simple tools they had originally intended to use. In truth, the 1978 experiment could not solve the greatest mystery in the history of construction: how the ancient Egyptians, with only simple tools, managed to build such massive pyramids that have stood for thousands of years in the desert. On the contrary, the result of this experiment only made the question more difficult to answer, and to this day, the story of how the Giza pyramids were built remains an unsolved mystery that continues to fascinate and amaze the world. Number 3. The mystery of the Phaistos disk, a message from a lost civilization. Thousands of years ago, as the first civilizations began to record their own histories, a mysterious artifact was created. It is a clay disc covered in symbols that, to this day, no one has been able to read. This artifact is called the Phaistos disc, and it is considered one of the greatest enigmas of the ancient world. The story of the Phaistos disc begins in 1908, when a team of Italian archaeologists were excavating the palace of the Minoans at Phaistos. Amid the ruins of a once glorious civilization, they uncovered a small clay disc, only about 16 centimeters in diameter. At first, it seemed unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, archaeologists noticed something strange. Both sides of the disc were completely covered in mysterious symbols, arranged in a continuous spiral. In total, there are 241 symbols with 45 different characters, some depicting humans, animals, and even objects that defy identification. These symbols do not resemble any known writing system previously used by the Minoans. What makes the Phaistos disc even more mysterious is its age. Scientists have dated the disc to around the 17th century BCE, right at the height of Minoan civilization. At that point in time, writing itself was still a relatively new invention, and yet the symbols on the disc are far more complex than anything previously known. Even more remarkable, the symbols were not carved by hand, but stamped with seals, an early printing technique never before seen in that era. How could an ancient civilization create such a sophisticated artifact, and why has no other disc like it ever been found? Beyond the issue of the writing itself, the Phaistos disc raises a much bigger question about its intended purpose. The symbols are arranged carefully, as if they hold an important message. Some researchers believe it could be a religious text or a prayer from the Minoans. Images like the head of a man wearing a feathered headdress have led many to see sacred symbolism. Yet if it really is a religious document, why is it completely different from all other known Minoan writing systems? Other theories suggest the disc might be a kind of astronomical calendar, with symbols representing constellations or agricultural cycles. However, so far, no solid evidence has supported any of these theories. For more than a century, generations of scholars have tried to crack the code of the Phaistos disk, but all their efforts have led to dead ends. Linguists have compared it to every ancient writing system, from Greek to Hittite and many others, but have found no matches. Cryptographers have analyzed the frequency and repetition of the symbols, yet nothing has come of it. Even modern computer technology has been brought in, but the disk still keeps its secrets. The symbols seem to follow some kind of order, but they do not fit the grammar or structure of any known language. It all feels as if we are facing a puzzle specifically designed never to be solved. Countless theories have been put forward to explain the Phaistos disk, ranging from well-argued hypotheses to the wildly speculative. Some archaeologists think it might have been the creation of a small group within Minoan society, perhaps a secret sect with its own private writing system. Others suggest the disk could have come from a civilization that has never been identified, a culture that once traded with the Minoans and left behind this unique artifact. Then there are bolder theories, claiming the Phaistos disk is simply an ancient work of art, with no message at all, created only to showcase the skill and creativity of its maker. However, there are also those who doubt the authenticity of the artifact itself. Some critics have suggested that the Phaistos disk might have been an elaborate 20th century hoax, but in reality, that's unlikely, since the age of the clay has been scientifically verified. Moreover, creating such a complex system of symbols would require a deep understanding of Minoan culture, something very difficult to achieve if the intent was simply to fool people. If it's a fake, then why has no one found proof of it? And if it's genuine, why is there only one such disk in existence? Today, the Phaistos disk is on display at the Heraklion Archaeological Museum in Crete, continuing to fascinate the curious and draw researchers from all over the world. Every year, new scholars attempt to unlock its secrets, yet no one has come any closer to an answer. Is it a lost language, a secret code, or simply a piece of ancient art? Perhaps it is the mystery itself that makes the Phaistos disk so captivating, a constant reminder that the past is still filled with secrets waiting to be discovered. Number 4. The mystery of the blue spirals in the sky. For decades, people all over the world have shared stories about a strange phenomenon that sometimes appears in the night sky, glowing blue spirals that, for just a moment, can leave witnesses feeling like they're seeing something completely beyond ordinary human understanding. No one knows exactly when the first blue spiral was seen, but records show that this phenomenon has been appearing regularly since the 1972nd and possibly even earlier in some places. At that time, space technology and commercial space flights were still unfamiliar to most people. There have been many eyewitnesses who recall that, on a clear night, they suddenly noticed a glowing blue band twisting into a spiral in the dark sky. It would slowly expand and then fade away after only a few minutes. Some people described it as a bright blue beam, almost like a mysterious doorway to another world. Others saw only a strange blue streak swirling like cigarette smoke before it disappeared. No matter the country, whether it was deep in the Siberian taiga or high above the skies of America, these blue rings always left people amazed and full of questions about where they really came from. Modern scientists, when studying the blue spiral phenomenon, usually say that it's caused by rockets or satellites being launched into space. As they travel, these rockets and satellites release fuel or water vapor into the upper atmosphere. When the sunlight hits them, especially at dawn or dusk, the fuel can reflect the light and create huge spiral shapes that are visible from the ground. Many satellite launches by SpaceX and test flights of Falcon 9 have been documented as the cause of similar blue spirals in different places. This is the explanation that's repeated in the media every time the phenomenon appears. However, as researchers and mystery enthusiasts look deeper, they realize that not every blue spiral in the sky can be explained so easily. In fact, there are many reports and photographs of blue spirals that showed up before humanity invented private rockets or commercial satellite launches. There are even cases recorded in places where there was absolutely no aviation or space activity at the time, and some blue rings have appeared at night over remote regions where radar never picked up any flights or objects passing by. It doesn't stop there. The shape, color, and frequency of these blue spirals are just as mysterious. Some spirals expand quickly and then vanish, while others linger and seem to stay almost motionless in the sky. Some experts believe that aside from rocket activity, these events could be related to unusual electromagnetic waves in the atmosphere or to natural plasma eruptions, strange physical events that science still can't fully explain. There are even some who boldly suggest that these might be signs of technology from beyond Earth, arguing that a passing UFO could easily create spiral patterns like these. So, what do you think? What is the real answer to this mystery? Number 5. Lost Tomb of Genghis Khan, the greatest burial mystery. Beneath the vast skies and endless steppes of Mongolia lies a mystery that has endured for more than 8 centuries. One that no one has yet been able to unravel. This is the lost tomb of Genghis Khan, the man who forged the greatest empire in human history. Despite being one of the most renowned conquerors of all time, his final resting place has left no trace. How could the burial site of such a legendary emperor vanish without a single clue? And does his tomb truly hold the legendary treasures gathered from across the Mongol Empire? Somewhere among the wild mountains and boundless grasslands of northern Mongolia, the tomb of Genghis Khan remains beyond the reach of archaeologists, explorers, and treasure hunters alike. He died in 1227, yet to this day, no one has been able to determine exactly where he was buried. Unlike famous tombs such as the Terracotta Army of Qin Shi Huang or the Egyptian pyramids, Genghis Khan's burial site has left not the slightest sign on the surface. According to legend, he himself requested to be buried in absolute secrecy, leaving no trace for future generations. Even the secret history of the Mongols, the oldest surviving chronicle of Mongol history, mentions only the year of his death, saying nothing about his final resting place. Marco Polo, who lived under the rule of Genghis Khan's grandson, even wrote that the Mongols themselves did not know where the tomb was located. Folk tales recount that after Genghis Khan died during a military campaign in northern China, his body was brought back to Mongolia. To keep the location a secret, the escort party reportedly killed every person they encountered along the journey home. Some legends go further, claiming that 2,000 people who attended the funeral were executed, and that those who carried out this grim task were themselves killed, so that no one would ever know the truth. 1,000 horses were said to have been driven across the burial ground to erase all traces. Other stories speak of rivers being diverted to flood the tomb, or entire forests planted to conceal it. One particularly moving tale tells of a young camel buried with the emperor, and for years afterward, the mother camel returned to weep at the grave, helping Genghis Khan's descendants locate their ancestors' resting place. Yet to this day, no document has ever revealed the true location. For decades, countless theories have been proposed regarding the final resting place of Genghis Khan. Most researchers believe the tomb lies somewhere near Burkhan Khaldun, the sacred mountain where he was born and where he once prayed before uniting the Mongol tribes. Some archaeologists have used drones and modern imaging technology to search for anomalies, but every excavation effort has been blocked by local residents, who regard the land as holy and will not permit it to be disturbed. There have even been projects using satellite imagery and crowdsourcing, involving tens of thousands of volunteers analyzing data. Yet the results remain nothing more than unresolved theories. The mystery of Genghis Khan's tomb goes beyond its physical location. It is believed that if ever found, the site could hold enormous treasures and priceless artifacts from across the empire, stretching from China to Persia. Some tell of guardian spirits, deadly curses, and bizarre accidents that have befallen expeditions seeking the tomb. But for the Mongolian people, what matters most is the respect owed to their national hero. Genghis Khan was not only a conqueror, he laid the foundation for religious freedom, a postal system, even paper currency. They believe his wishes must be honored, and any intrusion would be seen as a grave insult to their ancestors. Today, despite the march of technology, the Khentai region remains a remote, nearly inaccessible wilderness, and the tomb of Genghis Khan remains forever out of humanity's grasp. Should this mystery ever be solved, the discovery could rival the unearthing of the Terracotta Army or the rediscovery of lost ancient scrolls. Yet perhaps, his tomb will always remain a part of legend, protected by the vast steppe, the silent rivers, and the shadows of galloping horses racing endlessly through history. Number 6. Mysterious creatures in Antarctica. Antarctica is a place that most people know only through stark white photographs and record-breaking low temperatures. But in truth, this land holds secrets that go far beyond what anyone can imagine. If you ask anyone who has ever set foot in Antarctica, whether they are scientists or technicians, most will tell you that the air there carries a strange feeling, as if the entire continent is completely separated from the rest of the world and hides mysteries that we have yet to uncover. Life in Antarctica is not only harsh because of the freezing winds and endless snow, but also because of the deep sense of loneliness that can last for months at a time. During the long nights without sunlight, when the wind howls endlessly around the rows of research stations, many people have said that they hear strange sounds echoing from afar. Sometimes it's the crunching noise of something moving across the ice. Sometimes it's a shadow flickering across the snow. And sometimes it's the appearance of long, unexplained tracks that are only noticed the next morning. Some whalers have shared that when they guided their ships close to the massive ice floes off Antarctica, they would suddenly see odd shapes lying on the ice. But then, right in front of their eyes, these shapes would start moving quickly, almost as if they were aware of being watched. Many describe these creatures as giant spiders, with many long legs, flat bodies, and colors almost identical to the snow. Some said that when the sun weakened and the light shifted to a blue-gray shade, these creatures seemed to disappear entirely, leaving behind only long sliding tracks or patches of compressed snow that could only be seen clearly the next morning. Another story comes from Japanese sailors and has sparked heated debate not only among scientists, but also among those fascinated by unexplained phenomena. According to them, during several whaling trips near Antarctica, they encountered a massive underwater creature, later called the Ningen. That's the name given to a being with a human-like body, completely white, stretching dozens of meters long, and often gliding silently beneath thin layers of ice or rising to the surface at night. What frightened people most was that its shape looked uncannily like a giant human, but it had no clear face and none of the features of any known animal. To this day, no one has ever captured a clear image of the Ningen. Many scientists have suggested that it could just be a giant ray or some deep-sea creature still unknown to humans. They argue that animals living in such cold and high-pressure environments might grow very large and develop nearly transparent colors to blend in with their surroundings. However, many sailors insist that what they saw could not have been ordinary animals because there were features that science cannot explain. Some have even speculated that the Ningen might be a special evolutionary offshoot of humans or a species that has existed for thousands of years beneath the ice. The truth about these strange creatures remains a big question mark. Every year, new stories are told by those brave enough to set foot on the coldest place on Earth. It's possible that most of these phenomena can be explained by science, but in places that have never truly been explored, every small detail might still hide a mystery that humanity has never considered. Number 7. The mystery of the London hammer. When modern tools are trapped in ancient stone, there are discoveries that force us to question everything we think we know about human history. One of those is the London hammer, an object that seems ordinary at first glance, but was found encased in ancient limestone. Discovered in 1936, this hammer has sparked controversy that has lasted for decades. How could a tool identical to a 19th century miner's hammer end up inside a rock that may have formed hundreds of millions of years ago? The story begins on a June day when Max Hahn and his wife Emma were walking along Red Creek near the town of London, Texas. They picked up a strange rock with a piece of wood protruding from its surface. They brought it home and forgot about it for years until their son eventually broke it open and found an iron hammer with a wooden handle inside. The shape of this hammer was no different from the common mining hammers used across America at the end of the 19th century. But what truly stunned everyone was the layer of limestone surrounding it, believed to be hundreds of millions of years old, a detail that simply can't be explained by conventional archaeological knowledge. The mystery deepened when researchers began to examine the hammer. The head of the hammer was found to be more than 96% iron, with a small amount of chlorine and sulfur, which had prevented it from rusting after so many years inside the rock. The wooden handle still retained its natural form, though it had started to become petrified. Those who believe in the out-of-place artifact theory claim this hammer could be evidence of a highly advanced civilization that existed in prehistory, or even a relic left over from the time of the Great Flood. However, scientists see things differently. They believe it's simply a case of natural limestone concretions, forming around a modern object over the course of a few decades or centuries, not millions of years, as many believe. Why did the hammer become trapped inside a rock that looks so ancient? Some experts suggest it may have belonged to a 19th century miner, accidentally left behind near a stream or quarry. Over time, mineral-rich water flowing by caused limestone to build up around the hammer, eventually creating a hard shell that resembles ancient stone. This would also explain why other modern objects have sometimes been found encased in limestone concretions. But for those who love a good mystery, that explanation isn't so easy to accept. They argue that the lack of original site photos and unexplained geological factors still leave the door open to unexpected possibilities. The more people investigate, the deeper the mystery of the London hammer grows. Some sources claim the hammer was once tested at the Battelle Memorial Institute, where technicians reportedly found an unusual iron alloy not commonly produced in modern conditions. However, no official reports were ever published. On top of that, the current owner of the hammer has refused to allow carbon-14 testing of the wooden handle, further fueling doubts about the accuracy of the hammer's alleged age. Meanwhile, mainstream scientists still insist that this is simply a fascinating coincidence of nature, not proof of prehistoric civilizations or time travel. Yet the lack of transparency and the conflicting claims found in these mysterious stories have turned the London Hammer into a symbol of never-ending debate about our past. Number 8. The 1976 Tehran UFO incident. In 1976, the skies over Tehran, Iran suddenly became the focus of the entire world when a strange and unexplained event took place. This was a time when mysteries in the sky were still unfamiliar to most people, but this particular incident forced the international community to reconsider the possibility of unidentified flying objects truly existing. That night, hundreds of people in Tehran witnessed a glowing object hovering high above the city, moving slowly but standing out brilliantly against the calm night sky. News of the mysterious object spread so quickly that Iran's military forces had no choice but to respond. Not long after, the Iranian military deployed an F-4 Phantom jet with orders to identify and, if necessary, shoot down the object. What happened next was beyond anyone's understanding. As the military jet approached the glowing object, all of the plane's electronic systems and weapons controls suddenly failed, even though it was still about 50 kilometers away from the target. The pilot tried to escape the area of influence, and only after flying away from the object did all the onboard equipment return to normal. The Iranian military didn't stop there. They sent out a second jet. This time, the unidentified object displayed abilities far beyond human technology. It moved deliberately toward the plane and emitted a powerful beam of light that nearly blinded the pilot. Even more remarkable, the pilot saw the object release a smaller craft, which flew around the jet as if observing it, and then returned to the main object. After 2 failed attempts to approach, the pilots were ordered to withdraw to ensure their safety. The next morning, the Iranian military organized a search and investigation in the area where the light had been seen, but all evidence collected was kept strictly confidential. The 1976 Tehran UFO incident was confirmed by numerous direct witnesses, not just the pilots, but also air traffic controllers and city residents. Many international reports later documented this as one of the most well-known UFO cases ever to be seriously investigated, with complete records, detailed descriptions, and evidence that is difficult to dismiss. Even today, what truly appeared in the skies over Tehran remains a mystery that no one can say for sure. But the event helped bring the subject of UFOs to a new level, blurring the line between imagination and reality more than ever before. Number 9. Giant of Castelnau. The discovery of an ancient giant. The Giant of Castelnau, an archaeological discovery that has stirred controversy for more than a century. In the winter of 1890, in a small village called Castelnau-le-Lez, the anthropologist Georges Vacher de la Puig unearthed 3 enormous bone fragments from a burial mound dating back to the Bronze Age. These fragments belonged to a human who stood over 11 feet tall, a height that far surpasses every conventional standard of our species. Was this truly evidence of a race of giants that once walked the earth, or merely the result of a strange and improbable mistake? When Georges Vacher de la Puig began his archaeological work in Castelnau-le-Lez, he never expected to encounter 3 remarkable bones, a section of a femur, part of a tibia, and a piece believed to be from an arm bone. The measurements, published in the journal Law Nature in 1890, showed that these bones were twice the size of modern human bones. The femur measured 14 centimeters across, with a circumference of 16 centimeters. The tibia was 26 centimeters long, and the arm fragment was unusually large. Based on these calculations, La Puig estimated that the individual must have stood 3.5 meters tall and weighed several hundred kilograms. He went so far as to insist that these were unquestionably human bones, despite their extraordinary size. The fragments were later sent to the University of Montpellier for expert analysis. Leading figures in zoology, paleontology, and anatomy all agreed that the bones belonged to a very tall race, though they also noted the possibility of pathological growth. Just a few years later, further reports emerged. Giant skulls and large bone fragments were discovered near Montpellier, believed to have come from people between 10 and 15 feet tall. These remains were sent to the French Academy of Sciences, but afterward, they vanished without a trace, leaving modern science unable to follow their trail. The Castelnau mystery only deepened as modern scholars began to question the origin of these bones. In 2022, anthropologist Catherine Hakanyan proposed that they might have simply been the bones of a giant bear that once roamed prehistoric Europe. In the 19th century, it was not uncommon for large animal bones to be mistaken for human remains, especially when anatomical knowledge was still limited. But if these were merely animal bones, why did the Montpellier experts of that time confirm them as human? And why, to this day, has no modern study ever re-examined these fragments? The story of the Giant of Castelnau is not merely a question for archaeology, it opens a doorway into the realm of myth and legend. From the Cyclops of ancient Greece to the Nephilim in the Bible, almost every culture has tales of giants who once walked the earth. In Castelnau, villagers still speak of a cave that once sheltered a giant, and 19th-century newspapers claimed that Lapouge's discovery might be the key to unraveling those ancient legends. Some have even speculated that these bones are traces of a lost civilization, or perhaps of extraterrestrial visitors, though no scientific evidence has ever been produced. Still, the world of archaeology is not without its hoaxes and exaggerations, often driven by religious or financial motives. The Cardiff Giant, a stone statue buried to fool the American public in 1869, is one famous example. Yet, the fact that leading experts in Montpellier examined and verified the Castelnau bones in 1890 makes the hoax theory harder to accept in this particular case. Today, the bones that once shocked the world have disappeared from all collections, their whereabouts unknown, and they have never been re-examined with modern technology. The question of the giant of Castelnau's origin remains unanswered. If such a being truly existed, why has no further evidence ever surfaced in a region so rich in archaeological sites? And if it is all just legend, why does this story endure, continuing to challenge the curiosity of humankind? Number 10. The Falcon Lake Encounter. Stefan Michalak. One of the strangest cases ever recorded in Canadian history took place in 1967 near Falcon Lake in the province of Manitoba. The main character in this event was Stefan Michalak, an ordinary man with a passion for searching for minerals. He often spent his weekends wandering along the lake shores, hoping to find veins of valuable quartz, or sometimes just to enjoy the peace and quiet of nature. On a day in May, while he was quietly searching along the banks of Falcon Lake, Stefan suddenly noticed two strange flying objects appearing in the distance. At first, he thought they were just military planes, but in just a moment, one of the objects descended and landed on a rocky clearing close to where he was standing. Looking more closely, he realized that the object was shaped like a large cigar, with a body that gleamed like polished metal. Driven by curiosity, Stefan moved closer to get a better look. As he approached the mysterious object, he heard sounds coming from inside, like machinery running or metal striking metal. He also described the sense that someone was speaking inside, but the language was completely unfamiliar. Stefan wasn't the type to be easily frightened, but what he saw made him both amazed and cautious. He decided to gently touch the outside shell of the object and immediately felt an intense heat radiating from it, almost burning his hand. Suddenly, a blast of hot air and a strong gust shot out from small holes in the side of the craft, hitting Stefan right in the chest and stomach. He staggered back and quickly realized his skin was beginning to burn painfully. As the object lifted off and disappeared into the sky, Stefan felt dizzy, and soon he was sweating uncontrollably. He returned to his hotel in a state of exhaustion and confusion, with strange grid-like burns on his chest and stomach, exactly where the hot air had struck him. Right after the incident, Stefan reported what happened to the authorities, and his story quickly drew the attention of local police, investigators, and UFO researchers all across Canada. Multiple medical exams showed that the burns on his body didn't match any ordinary injury. Investigators came to the scene, checked for radiation, and gathered every possible clue, but found nothing definitive except for some unusual scorch marks on rocks and plants around the area. Stefan Michalak's life changed completely after that. He suffered from persistent headaches for years, and the burns on his skin left scars that never fully healed. To this day, the Falcon Lake incident remains one of the greatest mysteries in Canadian UFO history. Stefan Michalak's story has been confirmed by many witnesses, but all investigative efforts have failed to provide a final explanation. Many people believe Stefan truly encountered something beyond the imagination of mankind, while others say it was all a mistake or an invention to make himself famous. Either way, the mystery of Stefan Michalak's encounter with a strange flying object at Falcon Lake remains, and it continues to challenge the limits of our understanding of the world around us. Number 11. The Mystery of the Walls of Sacsayhuaman, a masterpiece in stone from a lost age. Hundreds of years ago, as the mighty Inca Empire ruled the Andes, a monumental structure was born. These are the colossal stone walls of Sacsayhuaman, perched high on a hill overlooking the city of Cusco, Peru. More than just a relic from the past, this site stands as one of the greatest mysteries of the ancient world. Massive stone blocks, each weighing hundreds of tons, were cut and fitted together without any mortar, challenging the imagination of even the most modern minds. Who built this wonder, and how did they do it? The complex was built in the 15th century, during the reign of Inca Pachacuti. At first, it was thought to be a fortress, but its form was unlike any fortress ever seen. The immense limestone walls, some rising 60 feet high and stretching over 1,300 feet long, are arranged in dramatic zigzags, forming 3 massive tiers across the hillside. Some of the blocks weigh as much as 200 tons, larger than a modern truck. What astonishes everyone is the perfect fit between the stones. The precision is so great that not even a single sheet of paper can be slipped into the joints. When the Spanish first saw this site in the 16th century, they were so awestruck that some believed only demons could have built such walls. It's not just the size that makes Sacsayhuaman mysterious. The true enigma lies in the craftsmanship. These stones were quarried from miles away, at a time when the Incas had no wheels, no modern machinery, and no beasts of burden for heavy transport. How did they move such enormous stones across treacherous mountain terrain? How did they cut and shape each one with such incredible precision, creating interlocking angles as if assembling a giant 3-dimensional puzzle? Some archaeologists believe the Incas used only human labor and simple stone tools. Still, the sheer scale and finesse of the construction remain hard to explain. Certain blocks are polished to a smooth finish, while others show traces of a technique we still don't fully understand. The true purpose of Sacsayhuaman is another question that remains unsolved. Many believe it was once a military fortress designed to protect Cusco from invaders. The zigzag shape allowed Inca warriors to encircle attackers, and the high towers may have been critical lookout points. Yet others suggest that Sacsayhuaman was more than just a stronghold, that it served as the center for religious ceremonies. Its vast open plazas may have hosted great festivals, like the Incas' worship of the sun god. Some researchers have even noticed that the walls may be aligned to special angles related to astronomical events, such as eclipses or the positions of constellations. If this was a message written in stone, what was it trying to say, and who was meant to receive it? The deeper scholars look, the more complex the mystery of Sacsayhuaman becomes. Some archaeologists argue that the site was not entirely the work of the Incas. Pottery shards and artifacts discovered there suggest it may have been used by the Quilchi culture as far back as the 10th century, long before the Incas rose to power. Were the Quilchi the first to build here, or could Sacsayhuaman be the legacy of an even older civilization, now forgotten by time? There are even theories that the stones were not cut but cast or softened using a lost technique, possibly involving extreme heat or chemicals no longer known to us. At the nearby site of Tambomache, some stones appear to have been melted, as if exposed to a powerful source of heat. But if that's true, then where did such technology come from? During the Spanish conquest in 1536, Sacsayhuaman became the scene of fierce fighting between Inca warriors and the forces of Francisco Pizarro. Though the Incas, led by Manco Inca, fought bravely to hold the fortress, they ultimately lost. Afterward, the Spanish dismantled much of Sacsayhuaman, using the stones to build new structures in Cusco. Only the largest blocks, too heavy to move, remain today. By the 19th century, the ruins had been buried and nearly forgotten until Peruvian archaeologists began excavations in 1934. Even so, only about 40% of the original site survives today. Sacsayhuaman forces us to rethink what we thought we knew about the past. If an ancient civilization could build stone walls with such precision and on such a grand scale, what else might they have been capable of? Some suggest Sacsayhuaman is the trace of a vanished advanced culture, perhaps destroyed by natural disaster or societal collapse. Others believe the Incas, or those before them, held technical knowledge we have yet to rediscover, or maybe they were helped by forces beyond this earth. The evidence of melted stone continues to intrigue archaeologists. Whatever the truth may be, the stone walls of Sacsayhuaman have stood for centuries, undaunted by earthquakes and the passage of time. Today, Sacsayhuaman is recognized as a UNESCO World Heritage Site and draws thousands of visitors every year. And yet, standing before those towering walls, the sense of wonder and mystery remains, just as it did on the very first day. Number 12. Longyu Caves, the underground enigma with no builders. Hidden deep beneath the lush green rice fields of Longyu County, Zhejiang Province, China, lies one of the greatest archaeological mysteries ever encountered by modern history. It is known as the Longyu Caves Complex. The story of Longyu began entirely by chance in the summer of 1992, when a local farmer decided to drain the water from a large natural pit near his home to expand it. He had no idea that beneath the still surface of the water lay a vast space, a massive cavern with perfectly flat walls, covered in evenly carved patterns that seemed as if they had been made by modern machinery. This discovery sparked immense curiosity and excitement throughout the village. The locals continued to pump water from other pits nearby, and soon, before their eyes, appeared an entire underground city of more than 20 interconnected caves. What makes Longyu a mystery that defies every theory is the sheer perfection of its engineering and scale. Each cave rises more than 30 meters high, with walls that have been smoothed and sculpted to a flawless finish. The domed ceilings and pillars are laid out in precise harmony, and every surface is covered with parallel wave-like carvings, running in unbroken lines from the ceilings to the stone floors. No human remains or artifacts have ever been found, nothing to indicate that any community ever lived or labored here. Who built the Longyu Caves? According to archaeologists, based on the erosion of the stone and other geological factors, the complex could be more than 2,000 years old, dating to the Qin or early Han dynasty. And yet, not a single ancient Chinese chronicle makes any mention of Longyu. How could such a massive undertaking vanish entirely from the historical record? Many theories have been proposed, but each one only leads to more unanswered questions. Some suggest the caves were ancient granaries, wartime shelters, or even forgotten royal tombs. A few Western researchers lean toward the idea that Longyu was a sacred site, or perhaps a secret ceremonial center. Most striking of all, the nearly identical carved patterns in every single cave suggest that the project was executed under unified direction, using skills that far exceeded the standards of any known ancient civilization. Could this be the legacy of a civilization we have never known? Or the product of construction techniques now lost to time, beyond the imagination of the modern world? Today, the Longyu Caves still lie quietly beneath the farmland, a testament to the creative power and the enduring mysteries of those who came before us. And until some deeper secret is revealed, the Longyu Caves will remain a reminder that human history is filled with unwritten pages, unanswered questions, and a quest to understand the true origins and meaning of wonders like Longyu that will continue to captivate generations of explorers. Number 13. The mystery of 23 soldiers turned to stone in Siberia. In the vast, frozen expanse of Siberia, Russia, there is a story that has puzzled both the scientific and military communities worldwide for years. This event took place in 1993, and every detail about it only became known when part of a secret KGB file fell into the hands of the CIA. Whatever the truth may be, this report alone has raised countless questions about the limits of human understanding. During what was supposed to be a routine military training exercise, a Russian unit spotted a strange, disc-shaped flying object in the sky. No one knows exactly why, but the military reacted immediately by launching anti-aircraft missiles and managed to shoot the object down. What followed was a scene unlike anything anyone had ever witnessed before. From the wreckage of the craft, 5 small beings with large heads and deep black eyes emerged, moving slowly, completely unafraid of the people watching them. After appearing, these 5 beings gathered close together and performed a bizarre action. They stood side by side, then merged into a single sphere that emitted a blinding white light, so intense that everyone nearby saw only a flash in a split second. Immediately after, 23 Russian soldiers standing close to the area were turned to stone, their bodies frozen solid like statues and showing no signs of life. Only 2 people survived, simply because they had been standing in the shadows and were shielded from the direct light. When the authorities arrived on the scene, what they witnessed looked like something straight out of a science fiction movie. The petrified bodies were taken to a secret research facility in Moscow to try to determine the cause. Scientists and experts were at a loss. There was no prior record of humans ever turning to stone in an instant. They also suspected that this was not the effect of any known chemical or biological weapon, but possibly some supernatural technology or a special ability of extraterrestrial beings. The report noted that when the soldiers' bodies were examined, their molecular structure was almost identical to limestone, completely different from any normal cause of death. This led scientists to question, if this really was alien technology or a weapon, then humanity is facing a power far beyond anything modern science can explain. Afterward, all files about this event were classified, and only a portion was declassified when the CIA published them on its official website. This instantly triggered a storm of debate around the world. Some believe the report is proof of extraterrestrial existence and their supernatural capabilities, while others claim it's just a story created to cause confusion in the post-Cold War era. Whatever the truth may be, the incident of 23 soldiers turned to stone in Siberia remains one of the greatest mysteries connected to UFOs and extraterrestrials ever recorded in human history. It serves as a reminder that the universe is still full of unanswered questions, and that humanity may still be standing at the threshold of truly understanding our place in this vast cosmos. Number 14. The mystery of the Ulfbert Viking sword, a timeless weapon from the Middle Ages. Thousands of years ago, when Viking warriors ruled the northern seas, a mysterious sword appeared. This sword was a masterpiece of metallurgy that far surpassed any weapon of its time. The Ulfbert sword was not just a symbol of Viking strength and craftsmanship, but also a profound question for modern scientists. Its steel is so pure that many believe it doesn't even belong to the era in which it was made. Who forged these swords, and how did they achieve a level of technology centuries ahead of their time? This is the mystery that makes Ulfbert one of the most fascinating stories of the Viking Age. The journey of Ulfbert begins between the 9th and 11th centuries, when Viking warriors spread terror across the seas, from England all the way to Constantinople. Around 170 Ulfbert swords have been found, mostly in Scandinavia and the Baltic region, but also as far away as Volga, Bulgaria. Unlike most medieval swords, which were made from impure iron, Ulfbert was a marvel of metallurgy. Its blade was forged from crucible steel, a highly pure, high-carbon steel that made it sharper and more flexible than any other weapon of the era. The inscription, Ulfbert, in contrasting steel, was inlaid into the blade, standing out as a symbol of perfection. What's truly astonishing is that this technology was 800 years ahead of its time and wouldn't be seen again until the Industrial Revolution. It's the quality of the steel that makes Ulfbert especially hard to explain. To create this kind of crucible steel, the forge would have to reach temperatures of 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, a threshold that medieval forges simply couldn't achieve. Some researchers believe the steel may have been imported from Central Asia or India along the Silk Road, where the famed Wootz steel was produced as early as the 3rd century BCE. But how could the Vikings, or the Frankish blacksmiths of the Rhineland, turn that raw material into swords of such quality? And why did this technology disappear after the Viking era? The design of the Ulfbert sword is another marvel. Its blade, about 90 centimeters long, is perfectly balanced near the hilt, allowing Viking warriors to strike and defend nimbly in the chaos of battle. The hilt was often decorated with gleaming brass, like a piece of jewelry, yet the Ulfbert inscription on the blade deepens the mystery. Some believe it was the name of a legendary blacksmith, but since these swords were made for over 200 years, others argue it was the mark of a renowned workshop. Interestingly, archaeologists have found many low-quality imitations bearing the Ulfbert name, proving that forgers once tried to profit off its fame. The real purpose of Ulfbert is still unknown. This was not a weapon for every warrior. The value of an Ulfbert would be equivalent to tens of thousands of dollars today, making it a symbol of power and status. It belonged only to the Viking elite or Frankish lords. In warrior graves in Norway and Finland, where weapons were buried with the dead, Ulfbert swords are often found, proving their importance to the Viking nobility. Yet not every sword was used in battle. Many were thrown into rivers or bogs as ritual offerings. The mystery only deepens when we look at the origins of Ulfbert. The name Ulfbert is Frankish, suggesting these swords were forged in the Rhineland, a center of metallurgy in the Frankish kingdom. Yet most Ulfberarts were found in Viking lands, where weapon exports were banned by Carolingian law to prevent them from falling into enemy hands. So were these swords spoils from raids, or were they smuggled along trade routes from the Rhine to Norway? One Ulfbert found in Germany was even engraved with the Latin phrase in nomine Domini, hinting that some may have been produced in Christian monasteries, the very rivals of the pagan Vikings. This raises yet another question. Why would a monastery manufacture weapons for its enemies? The fate of Ulfbert is equally puzzling. By the 11th century, as pagan burial rites disappeared in Scandinavia, the swords themselves vanished from history. The secret of crucible steel seemed lost to Europe, leaving only rusted blades buried deep in the earth. Some suggest that the supply of steel from Central Asia was cut off as the Silk Road declined. Others believe the metallurgical knowledge faded over generations. But if this technology was truly so advanced, why wasn't it passed down? Could an even more advanced civilization have been behind the creation of Ulfbert? The Ulfbert sword makes us look at history with fresh curiosity. If the Vikings, or Frankish blacksmiths, could produce a weapon centuries ahead of their time, what else might they have been capable of? Some see Ulfbert as proof of an ancient global trade network, connecting Europe with the Middle East and Asia. Others believe it was the product of a secretive forge, where smiths held metallurgical secrets that have yet to be rediscovered. Whatever the truth, the Ulfbert swords remain on display in museums in Copenhagen, and a reminder that the past still holds many secrets waiting to be revealed. Number 15, The Legend of the Grafton Monster and America's Strange Creatures. America has no shortage of legends about mysterious creatures, but the story of the Grafton Monster has always remained among the most unforgettable mysteries, even more than half a century later. The story began on a June night in 1964, when Robert Cockrell, a reporter for the Grafton Sentinel, was driving home after a late shift. As he passed through a deserted area along the Tigert River, he suddenly saw a giant creature standing near the site of an old stone quarry. The sight made him stop his car in disbelief, unable to trust his own eyes. According to Cockrell, the creature stood at least 7 feet tall and may have been as much as 9 feet. Its body was entirely white, as if covered in skin like that of a seal. What shocked him most was that it had no head or recognizable face like a normal animal. In the glow of his headlights in the middle of the night, the creature's huge body seemed to shine with a faint light, and it showed no sign of aggression. Cockrell watched for a moment, then quickly drove away. But the image of that strange creature haunted him through the night. Unable to keep such a strange experience to himself, Cockrell shared his story with his colleagues the next morning and wrote a detailed article for the Grafton Sentinel. News of the Grafton monster spread across town almost instantly, sparking a wave of curiosity never seen before. People of all ages gathered in groups, heading out to the riverside and the old quarry to hunt the monster. They brought flashlights, sticks, and some even carried guns for protection. The peaceful atmosphere of the town was suddenly transformed, as if it were the scene of some strange festival. Local police had to get involved to maintain order and safety as hundreds gathered along the roads near the river. Media outlets from other places came to interview witnesses and report on the event. Before long, Grafton began receiving reports of similar creatures spotted in other, more distant places, such as the area of St. Joseph, Missouri, and around Dewey Lake in Michigan. In every story, witnesses described a large, white creature with slick, oily-looking skin, no head, moving either swiftly or silently, hiding in the shadows, sometimes making strange, inexplicable noises. The legend of the Grafton monster became even more intriguing when Gray Barker, a well-known author who studied UFOs and supernatural phenomena, joined the investigation. He and Cockrell firmly rejected simple explanations that the creature was just a mutated animal or a product of psychological stress. They collected testimony from many witnesses, analyzed tracks left on the ground, and compared stories from different regions, finding the details to be strikingly consistent. According to them, this phenomenon was real and deserved serious study rather than being dismissed as mere folklore. For weeks, the Grafton Monster event changed the atmosphere of the small town, shifting from curiosity to obsession, and sometimes to genuine fear at night, especially for those living near the river or wooded areas. For many older people in West Virginia, the memory of those nights when the entire town went out to hunt the monster remains vivid and has become an essential part of everyday stories passed down to younger generations. Even though modern science has yet to provide a fully convincing explanation, the legend of the Grafton monster and stories of mysterious creatures all over America continue to live on in the imaginations of countless generations. Those shadowy shapes, those tales told around campfires, and that blend of fear and curiosity are what keep the world around us mysterious and ever larger than we expect. Number 16. Baalbek Megaliths, the impossible stone blocks. Hidden within the Bekaa Valley of Lebanon, once a crossroads for ancient civilizations, the old town of Baalbek has long stood at the center of one of the greatest architectural mysteries in human history. Upon arriving here, no one could suspect that behind these age-old ruins lie stone blocks so enormous that their size and weight defy both the imagination and the limits of modern engineering. At the heart of this enigma are the three famous stones known as the Trilithon, each block nearly 20 meters long, over 4 meters high, and weighing between 750 and 800 tons. To put it in perspective, each stone is as large as a Boeing airliner. These massive blocks are stacked atop one another, forming the foundation for the legendary Temple of Jupiter, a structure built by the Romans in the 1st century AD. Yet the sheer weight and scale of these stones far surpass anything the Roman civilization was thought to be capable of. There is no record of any Roman lifting device or construction tool capable of moving stones of such staggering mass. Not far away, right at an ancient quarry, even larger blocks have been found. Among them is the Stone of the Pregnant Woman, weighing nearly 1,000 tons, another block weighing 1,242 tons, and most remarkably, in 2014, archaeologists uncovered a stone weighing a staggering 1,650 tons, regarded as the largest stone block ever known to mankind. Strikingly, these giant stones remain in the quarry, posing a tremendous question about the true intentions and capabilities of the ancients. Numerous theories have been put forth to explain the mystery of Baalbek. Some researchers believe the Romans used wooden rollers and earthen ramps to transport the stones from the quarry to the construction site. Yet this theory quickly reveals its weakness, for the Roman cranes could only lift between 60 and 100 tons at most, while the blocks here are many times heavier. Moreover, there is no evidence that they ever used a coordinated system of machines to solve this challenge. For this reason, many scholars now believe that the foundation of the Temple of Jupiter actually predates the Romans, perhaps belonging to a civilization much older and more advanced. They point to striking similarities between Baalbek and other megalithic structures around the world, such as the Sacsayhuaman fortress in Peru and the Egyptian pyramids. Could it be that ancient humanity possessed technologies far beyond what we know today? Despite decades of research, the secret of the giant stones at Baalbek remains unresolved. There are no ancient records describing how this feat was accomplished. The tools used have left no trace. All that remains are the silent stones themselves, defying the passage of time and resisting every effort humanity has made to unlock their mystery. Number 17. The mystery of the skeletons at Rupkund Lake. A curse beneath the Himalayan ice. Centuries ago, amid the frigid, treacherous peaks of the Himalayas, a mysterious tragedy unfolded above sea level, leaving hundreds of human skeletons scattered around a small, frozen lake. Rupkund Lake, also known as the Lake of Skeletons, has long stood as one of the world's strangest archaeological mysteries. Who did these bones belong to? How did they make it to such a remote and unforgiving place? And what led to their deaths? The story is a blend of history, local legend, and modern scientific discovery. In 1942, an Indian forest ranger named Hari Kishan Madwal made a chilling discovery while patrolling the Himalayas. At an altitude of 5,020 meters beneath the summit of Mount Trizul, he came upon hundreds of human skeletons lying along the shores of Rupkund Lake. The lake itself is only about 40 meters wide. In the summer, as the ice melts, some skeletons even float in the water, hair, skin, and clothing preserved by the harsh cold. At the time, the world was deep in World War II, and the British feared these might be the remains of a secret Japanese army unit. But the bones were far too old to belong to the modern era. In truth, they had been there for centuries, perhaps even thousands of years. What makes Rupkund Lake especially mysterious isn't just the number of skeletons, but their diversity. Scientists estimate that between 300 and 800 people died here, including children. Alongside the bones, researchers found artifacts like leather shoes, rings, and iron spearheads. These objects suggested the dead were not soldiers, but likely pilgrims or travelers. The strangest detail, though, was found in their injuries. Many skulls showed signs of massive trauma from above, as if the victims had been struck by objects falling from the sky. According to local legend, a royal pilgrimage led by King Kanauj had once offended the goddess Nanda Devi, who, in her anger, rained down iron balls from the heavens to destroy the entire group. Was this legend rooted in real events, or was it just an ancient attempt to explain a tragedy no one understood? For decades, scientists have tried to unravel this mystery. In the 1950s, the first studies revealed that most of the skulls had cracks and fractures, leading to the theory that the group died in a massive hailstorm in the 9th century. Hailstones as large as cricket balls could have fallen from the cliffs above, killing those who couldn't find shelter. Carbon dating in 2004 confirmed that a large group of skeletons dated back to around 850 AD, seeming to support the disaster theory. But in 2019, a breakthrough study published in Nature Communications turned everything upside down. When scientists analyzed DNA and carbon from 38 skeletons, they found not just one, but 3 separate groups of people had died at Rupkund, and they had not all died at the same time. The first group, 23 individuals of South Asian ancestry, had died at various times between the 7th and 10th centuries. The second group, 14 people, died around the year 1800. And, remarkably, their DNA matched that of people from the Eastern Mediterranean. Another individual, who died at the same time, carried Southeast Asian ancestry. None of these people were related, and chemical analysis of their bones revealed completely different diets. How did a group from the Mediterranean end up in such a remote corner of the Himalayas in the 19th century? What were they doing at such a dangerous altitude? The more researchers investigate, the harder Rupkund's mystery is to solve. The lake lies along the route of the Nanda Devi Rajjat, a major Hindu pilgrimage held every 12 years in honor of the goddess Nanda Devi. The ancient South Asian group may have been pilgrims trapped by deadly weather, but what about the Mediterranean group? There are no records of a European expedition here in 1800, nor any explanation for why people from the Mediterranean would join a Hindu religious event. Some speculate they could have been descendants of the Indo-Greek kingdoms that once lived in Afghanistan and northern India, but even this theory can't explain why they risked climbing to Rupkund. Others think they were lost merchants or explorers, but there's no evidence of trade in the area. The fate of the skeletons remains just as baffling. There are no signs of war or disease, and the bones aren't buried in any kind of cemetery. Some suggest that the bodies could have been swept down by landslides or avalanches, but this doesn't explain why so many people gathered in such a perilous place. Some have even wondered if Rupkund was once the site of sacrificial rituals, though no clear evidence has been found. The lake is frozen for 11 months of the year, which has preserved the remains almost perfectly, but it also makes excavation incredibly difficult. Archaeologist Veena Mushrif Tripathi once shared that she had to turn back before completing her research, unable to withstand the extreme climate and altitude. Perhaps only a full-scale excavation could bring some answers, or perhaps the lake will forever keep its secrets beneath the ice. Rupkund Lake forces us to look at history with a renewed sense of wonder and curiosity. If hundreds of people from distant cultures made their way to this lonely place over centuries, what was it that drew them here? Some believe Rupkund is a sacred lake, a gateway for souls to the next world. Others think it's simply a deadly trap, where harsh weather and unforgiving terrain claimed countless lives. Whatever the truth may be, the skeletons of Rupkund remain, and the story they tell is one we still haven't fully understood. Number 18. The Legend of Organism 46b and the Mystery of Lake Vostok. When people talk about Antarctica, it's impossible to ignore the name Lake Vostok, one of the largest and most mysterious freshwater lakes in the world. Lake Vostok lies deep beneath more than 3 kilometers of ice, completely isolated from the outside world, and the truth is that no one really knows what might be hidden beneath that frozen layer. It's this sense of isolation that has fueled the imagination and curiosity of not only scientists, but also those fascinated by unsolved mysteries. Over the years, countless strange stories have surrounded Lake Vostok, but the most famous is the Legend of Organism 46b. According to rumors, during an expedition by Russian scientists, they encountered a giant creature resembling a deep-sea squid in the lake's dark waters. What makes Organism 46b so terrifying is not only its enormous size, but also the bizarre abilities that send a chill down the spine of anyone who hears the tale. Based on some leaked reports, Organism 46b can supposedly change its shape to blend into the darkness or surrounding ice and snow, release a powerful toxin that paralyzes its prey from a distance, and even hypnotize or control the minds of others by emitting electromagnetic signals that humans cannot detect. The truth is, in the natural world, many species of squid and octopus have been proven to change color for camouflage, squeeze their bodies through tiny cracks, and sense weak electrical signals in the water to hunt or defend themselves. Some species can even inject toxins or create hallucinations in their prey before striking. These abilities could easily evolve into even stranger traits if a creature was forced to live in isolation for millions of years in the harsh environment of Lake Vostok. Still, the mystery around Organism 46b isn't limited to rumors alone. It's also tied to real-life events that are hard to explain. There have been several reports that, during drilling operations at Lake Vostok, the Russian expedition team once lost contact for 6 to 9 days, a highly unusual amount of time for a group of scientists equipped with the latest technology. When they returned, many details about the mission were kept secret, and rumors circulated that some members never made it back or had experienced things that no one could explain. The gaps in official reports and the lack of public information have only deepened suspicions about what might have truly happened beneath the thick Antarctic ice. To this day, no one can say for certain if Organism 46b really exists, but the legend continues to spread. Lake Vostok has become a symbol of the mysteries that lie beyond human reach, a place where even the smallest secret could change the way we understand life on Earth. And sometimes, it's stories like this that inspire people to keep searching, even when they know they may never find the final answer. Number 19. Devil's Bible, Codex Gigas, a manuscript said to be cursed. Within the archives of Sweden's National Library lies one of the most haunting and enigmatic manuscripts ever crafted by human hands, the Codex Gigas, also known as the Devil's Bible. Regarded as the largest surviving medieval manuscript, the Codex Gigas astonishes not only with its colossal size, but also with the dark and chilling legends that have surrounded it for nearly 800 years. The manuscript weighs nearly 75 kilograms, measures 92 centimeters long, 50 centimeters wide, and 22 centimeters thick, so large that even a grown adult must use both arms just to move it. Experts estimate that it would have taken hundreds of sheets of calfskin to produce its massive pages, but its size is not the only thing that makes the Codex Gigas famous. What truly elevates it to legend are the stories of curses and supernatural powers that have become attached to the book. According to a legend passed down since the 13th century, the manuscript was written by a Benedictine monk in Bohemia, a land that is now part of the Czech Republic. This monk had committed a terrible crime and was sentenced to be walled up alive in the monastery, a punishment among the most horrifying of the Middle Ages. Desperate and terrified, he pleaded for his life, promising that if given one night, he could produce a manuscript containing all human knowledge, from the Bible to the sciences of history, medicine, and magic. Knowing the task was impossible for any mortal, the monk is said to have made a plea to the devil. According to legend, Satan himself appeared and helped him finish the manuscript in a single night, in exchange for the monk's soul. In gratitude, the monk painted a gigantic portrait of the devil in the very center of the book, a demonic image unlike anything seen in any other biblical manuscript on earth. Yet this story is only legend. In reality, researchers have determined that the Codex Gigas was completed in the early 13th century at the Podlagis monastery. But what continues to astonish modern scholars is the perfect consistency of handwriting and style across all 620 pages. It appears as though the book was written by a single hand, possibly over many years. Inside the Codex Gigas is not only the entire Latin Bible, but also texts on history, anatomy, magic, astrology, and even catalogs of demons and spells. Most striking of all is the enormous illustration of Satan, with glowing eyes, a red tongue, and razor-sharp claws, positioned in the middle of the manuscript. This image has convinced many that the book is cursed, and that whoever possesses it is doomed to misfortune or catastrophe. Over the centuries, the Devil's Bible has witnessed countless upheavals. It was once seized by Swedish forces as a prize during the 30 Years' War and taken to Stockholm in 1648, where it remains preserved to this day. There are tales that wherever the manuscript appears, disaster follows, disease, war, or even the collapse of dynasties. Today, the Codex Gigas continues to draw thousands of scholars, theologians, and mystery seekers from all over the world. And until the Codex Gigas is fully deciphered, it will remain a symbol of obsession, curiosity, and the endless quest to uncover secrets that humanity has yet to understand. Number 20. The mysterious aswang creature in the Philippines. In the Philippines, there is an ancient legend that has haunted people's minds for generations. It is the story of the aswang. Locals believe that the aswang is both mysterious and terrifying because it has the power to change shape at will. During the day, the aswang lives among the community as an ordinary person, and no one can tell the difference. The aswang might chat with neighbors, join in local gatherings, or go shopping at the market just like anyone else. But when night falls, the aswang transforms completely. That's when it grows large bat-like wings, its eyes begin to glow, and its face becomes much more frightening. Many people say that the aswang will fly over rooftops, lurk by windows, or hide among the trees searching for victims. The greatest fear in many families is that the aswang might drink blood or eat people, especially the vulnerable, like children or pregnant women. Because of this, when night comes, families in Philippine villages lock their doors, and children are not allowed to step outside, even for a moment. It could be said that the aswang is not just a legend, but a part of daily life. Many elders in the Philippines have told their children and grandchildren about times when they saw or almost encountered an aswang. Some remember very clearly the chill they felt walking down empty roads at night, and the eerie sensation of being watched from the darkness. Some families hang garlic or place protective charms around their homes to guard themselves against an aswang attack. These stories have become part of a shared memory, both a source of fear and a cultural tradition in every community. The legend of the aswang was even used as a weapon during wartime. In World War II, American General Edward Lansdale recognized the power of this fear. He and his team exploited the aswang legend to put psychological pressure on the enemy. They spread rumors that an aswang had been seen near enemy camps and even staged fake scenes with blood and strange markings around abandoned tents. When the enemy soldiers started to believe that the aswang was lurking nearby, their morale quickly collapsed and fear spread throughout the ranks. Lansdale believed that when a community is haunted by supernatural terror, they lose their calm and their will to fight. This tactic played a significant role in the success of American psychological operations in the region. The story of the aswang is more than just a basic fear of the unknown. It also reflects the complexity of the human mind. When faced with dangers that logic cannot explain, people often turn to legends to find safety or to make sense of strange things in daily life. The aswang has become a symbol of anxiety about forces beyond our control and a reminder of how fragile humans are in the face of nature and the darkness. Number 21. The mystery of the Osirian. Egypt's secret underground temple. Thousands of years ago, while the pharaohs were building their grand pyramids above ground, another mysterious structure was quietly taking shape deep beneath the sands of Abydos, Egypt. The Osirian is unlike any other monument from ancient Egypt. Massive blocks of red granite, a surrounding moat, and a stark, somber design give it the feeling of belonging to an age far older than anything written in the history books. Who built the Osirian, and why was it buried so deep beneath the desert sands? That is a riddle that has left generations of scholars puzzled to this day. The story of the Osirian begins in 1902, when archaeologists Flinders Petrie and Margaret Murray began excavations behind the Temple of Seti I in Abydos, one of ancient Egypt's most important religious centers. As they dug deeper, they unexpectedly uncovered a strange underground structure, far lower than the foundations of the temple above. The Osirian is a sunken monument, with a central hall surrounded by a deep moat. It was constructed from enormous blocks of red granite, each weighing tens of tons and hauled from quarries more than 200 miles away. The main chamber is lined with 2 rows of massive granite columns that once supported a gigantic stone roof, now collapsed. At the center sits a large stone platform, like a small island rising from the water, flanked by 2 sunken basins and mysterious small chambers on either side. What makes the Osirian even stranger is its architectural style. Though it's usually considered part of the Seti I temple complex, built in the 13th century BCE under Pharaoh Seti I, the Osirian doesn't match the architectural style of that era. The granite blocks are cut with extraordinary precision and fitted together without mortar, more like the megalithic style of a much earlier age. Most remarkably, the Osirian sits at an unusually deep level, lower than the foundations of the Temple of Seti I, as if it was built long before the Nile's silt and desert sands covered the region. Some scholars, such as John Anthony West, have even argued that the Osirian could date back to the pre-dynastic period, perhaps even before the Old Kingdom. But if that's true, who built it? And how did they transport such massive stones across hundreds of miles with no modern technology? The purpose of the Osirian is just as fiercely debated. Many Egyptologists believe it was a symbolic tomb dedicated to Osiris, the god of rebirth and the afterlife, or perhaps for Seti I himself, in his role as Osiris. The encircling moat and the island in the center are thought to mimic the primordial mound in Egyptian mythology, or to symbolize the tombs of the Valley of the Kings. Some think the moat was used in rituals connected to Osiris, since water is a symbol of renewal. Yet, there is not a single inscription or hieroglyph anywhere inside the Osirian to support these theories. The absence of writing is extremely rare for any Egyptian monument. Was the Osirian a place to commune with the gods, or does it represent a cosmic idea that we still can't fully understand? The deeper researchers dig, the more the mystery grows. Some, like Freddie Silva, suggest the Osirian could even predate the Great Flood, 1,200,000 years ago, when Abydos was still a fertile land with a vast inland lake. Its construction style has also been compared to megalithic sites in South America, such as Sacsayhuaman, leading some to speculate about the existence of a lost global civilization. Recent studies, including a 2023 paper in the journal Minerals, Nile N. and 5, found an ancient canal connecting the Osirian to the Nile, suggesting the monument may have been designed to tap into underground water sources. Yet the chemistry of the water here is different from the Nile's, fueling doubts about its true origin. Perhaps the water comes from a deep aquifer or some hidden geological layer. How could ancient builders have known about this water source? And why would they construct such a secretive monument deep underground? The fate of the Osirian only deepens the enigma. After it was completed, the site seems to have been abandoned and buried under thick layers of sand, not rediscovered until the 20th century. Some believe floods and silt from the Nile filled it in, and that Seti I built his temple above it without even knowing of the Osirian's existence. But if it predates Seti I, why is there no mention of it in any ancient texts? Another theory suggests the Osirian was deliberately hidden, perhaps because it was sacred, or maybe because it held something dangerous. Today, the Osirian remains closed to visitors and can only be viewed from above. The constant inflow of groundwater makes deeper exploration nearly impossible. Many say that no matter how much water is pumped out, it can never be completely drained, leaving the full depths of the Osirian unexplored. The Osirian forces us to rethink the history of ancient Egypt. If this monument truly dates from the pre-dynastic era, it would overturn everything we know about the development of civilization. Some believe the Osirian is a surviving relic of a long-lost advanced culture, maybe even linked to the Egyptian legend of Atlantis. Others argue it's simply a unique creation by Seti I, built to honor Osiris in a radically different way. Whatever the truth, the massive granite stones of the Osirian still stand, a challenge to every new generation. Today, the Osirian remains an enduring mystery, drawing researchers and history lovers alike. But limited access only increases the sense of curiosity. Each block of stone, every drop of water in its deep moat, seems to tell a story that no one can quite decipher. Will we ever truly understand the purpose of the Osirian, or will this place remain a secret, forever buried beneath the sands of Egypt? Number 22. The mysterious Kentish ape man and the Chislehurst Caves. Kent has long been known as a land of strange legends and unexplained phenomena. Among all the stories that send chills down the spine of local residents after dark, none stands out more than the legend of a mysterious creature known as the Kentish ape man. Descriptions of this being appear again and again in local folklore, always tied to the darkness of deep forests or the endless fields that stretch across Kent. According to witnesses, the Kentish ape man is a creature with a human-like build, its entire body covered in thick brown or gray hair, standing taller than any grown man they have ever met. Most striking of all, its face has many human features, and its eyes seem intelligent, always watching its surroundings closely. Many people say that when they caught sight of the creature at dusk, they felt a strange kind of fear, as if what they were looking at was not just a wild animal, but something far beyond the limits of human imagination. The first official record of the Kentish ape man legend appeared in 1858 the well-known local newspaper, the Kentish Gazette. The story began with an account from a laborer working in the wheat fields near the village of Great Chart. He described suddenly seeing an ape-like creature walking upright on two legs, nearly 3 meters tall, its body covered in thick hair, but with a face that looked surprisingly human. He was so terrified that he couldn't move for a long time, and only after the creature disappeared into the woods did he finally crawl over the fence and make his way home. In the days that followed, he suffered from lingering weakness, and locals believed that his frightening encounter with the Kentish ape man was the cause. A young shepherd girl and another shepherd were also said to have seen the creature with their own eyes. Both described a massive figure moving swiftly through the grass, its arms so long they nearly reached its knees, its whole body covered in dense fur except for a face that looked more human than animal. Everyone who had seen the Kentish ape man agreed on one thing: it was incredibly fast, able to vanish into the forest in the blink of an eye. After a series of unsuccessful searches organized by villagers and hunting parties, the legend of the Kentish ape man only grew, woven together with even more mysterious details. Some local researchers began to notice a connection between the creature and the ancient underground Chislehurst caves. This labyrinth runs for nearly 22 miles beneath the Kent countryside, filled with countless nooks, corridors, and old chambers, all hand-carved thousands of years ago. Many archaeological records suggest that these caves were once used for the religious rituals of the ancient Druids, a community famous for their mystical ceremonies. Deep within the caves, visitors can still find ancient carvings showing human faces and even ape-like faces with deep-set eyes and wide mouths. Some tunnels in the caves end abruptly in dead ends or drop off into bottomless pits, almost as if someone designed the place to hide secrets from the light of the outside world. Even though modern science has yet to prove the existence of the Kentish ape man, stories of this mysterious creature live on in the memory of Kent's people. Whenever darkness falls over the wide fields or thick fog wraps the old forests, tales of the Kentish ape man and the Chislehurst labyrinth are retold, remaining an essential part of this land's deep and abiding mystery. Number 23. Göbekli Tepe. Buried beneath the parched soil and stony hills of the Anatolian Plateau in Turkey, Göbekli Tepe remained silent and forgotten by history until the end of the 20th century. In 1994, when German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt struck the earth with his first shovel at this spot, no one could have imagined he was about to shake the very foundations of what we thought we knew about human history. For what gradually emerged at Göbekli Tepe left the world in awe. Hidden deep underground were massive circles of limestone pillars, each column rising up to 6 meters tall and weighing dozens of tons. Even more astonishing is the age of this site, meaning it predates the invention of the wheel, the discovery of agriculture, even the use of metal. It is a relic older than both the Egyptian pyramids and Stonehenge. These T-shaped pillars are not only monumental in size, but are also intricately carved with depictions of animals, lions, wild cattle, foxes, snakes, as well as countless abstract symbols. Every carving reads like a silent story, a testament to the worldview, beliefs, and imagination of prehistoric communities. The sheer sophistication of the work has left researchers questioning who conceived, designed, and built such a colossal wonder. The greatest paradox is that Göbekli Tepe is believed to have been built by groups of hunter-gatherers, societies long thought to be scattered and incapable of organizing such a monumental project. This very discovery has forced scientists to rethink the connection between religion, belief, and the rise of complex societies. Even stranger, around 8000 BC, the ancient builders deliberately buried the temple, as if determined to seal its secrets away forever. That mysterious decision is what allowed the site to remain almost perfectly preserved for thousands of years. Today, as Göbekli Tepe's ancient stones are brought into the light for the first time in millennia, they do more than rewrite our understanding of the past. They raise a host of questions that have yet to be answered. Could it be that human history is far deeper and more complex than we ever imagined? And how many more secrets still slumber beneath the earth, waiting to be discovered? Number 24, the mystery of Ram Setu, the legendary bridge linking India and Sri Lanka. Thousands of years ago, stories were told of a mythical bridge connecting India to Sri Lanka, a bridge that allowed a divine hero to cross the sea and rescue his kidnapped wife. Ram Setu, also known as Adam's Bridge, is a chain of limestone shoals stretching 48 kilometers between the two countries. Seen from above, this stone formation looks like a road running through the ocean, with ancient rocks seemingly arranged with intention. The mystery of Ram Setu has drawn the curiosity of scientists and millions of people alike. Is it the work of human hands, or the mark of a supernatural force? Who built Ram Setu, and why does it remain such an unanswered question? The story of Ram Setu comes from the ancient epic Ramayana, which dates back as early as the 8th century BCE and as late as the 3rd century CE. Legend has it that Rama, aided by an army of monkeys led by Nala, built a bridge from India's Pamban Island to Mannar Island in Sri Lanka to rescue his wife from the demon king Ravana. In the Ramayana, the bridge was made from floating stones, inscribed with Rama's name, mysterious stones that could stay afloat on water. When modern archaeologists discovered a real stretch of limestone exactly where the legend described, curiosity only grew. In NASA satellite images, Ram Setu looks like a submerged causeway, with rocky outcrops rising just a few meters above the sea. But is Ram Setu truly the legendary bridge from the ancient epic? What makes Ram Setu so mysterious is its origin. This nearly 50-kilometer-long formation sits in the Palk Strait, between the Gulf of Mannar and the Palk Strait, where water depths range from just 1 to 10 meters. Geological studies suggest that Ram Setu may be the remnant of a natural land formation from the last ice age, when sea levels were much lower. Around 7,000 years ago, rising seas submerged most of the land, leaving behind the limestone islands we see today. Yet recent findings have complicated the story. According to research cited in the Indian Express, the stones in Ram Setu are 7,000 years old, while the sand beneath them is only about 4,000 years old. This raises the question, how did older stones end up resting on younger sand? Could this be evidence of human construction, or just a rare natural phenomenon? The true purpose of Ram Setu is also widely debated. In the Ramayana, the bridge was Rama's means of crossing the sea, but it also stands as a symbol of unity and determination. Records at the Ramanatha Swami Temple in Rameswaram claim that Ram Setu was walkable until 1480, when a great storm deepened the strait and destroyed much of the structure. Some believe Ram Setu was once an ancient migration route that let people cross the sea thousands of years ago. But if it's just a geological formation, why do the stones appear to be so purposefully placed? Marine archaeologist Alok Tripathi has said that if evidence of wood or pottery were ever found among the rocks, it would prove human involvement. Some argue the stones here are not natural coral, but may have been brought from elsewhere. Yet many scientists point out that no study has ever proven this, and the rocks could easily have been moved by major storms or tsunamis, which are common in this area. Some stones at Ram Setu have even been identified as pumice ramius, a light volcanic rock that floats on water, remarkably similar to the floating stones described in the Ramayana. But if that's true, why has no tool or trace of human activity ever been found here? The fate of Ram Setu has only deepened its mystery. In 2005, the bridge became the center of a major controversy when the Sethu Samudram Canal project was proposed, aiming to create a shorter shipping route through the area. Hindu religious groups and environmentalists strongly opposed the destruction of Ram Setu, calling it an insult to faith and a threat to the marine ecosystem. The dispute reached India's Supreme Court, where the archaeological agency stated there was no historical evidence that Ram Setu was man-made. Still, due to public pressure, the project was halted, and Ram Setu has continued to be protected as a cultural heritage site. Is its existence proof of the Ramayana story, or just a strange coincidence of nature? Ram Setu forces us to look at history with curiosity and humility. If this really is a bridge built by humans 7,000 years ago, it could completely rewrite what we know about ancient civilizations. Whatever the answer, Ram Setu still lies quietly among the ocean waves, a reminder that the past still holds mysteries far beyond our imagination. Number 25. The mystery of the Los Lunas Decalogue Stone. In 1933, on a barren hillside about 35 miles south of the town of Los Lunas, archaeologist Frank Hibben from the University of New Mexico was led to a massive basalt boulder weighing nearly 80 tons. The stone sat halfway up a slope, more than 120 meters above the plain, and one of its flat faces was covered with 9 lines of strange writing. When Hibben arrived, the stone was already covered in lichen and weathered by time, making the inscription almost impossible to read. But after closer study, he realized the markings resembled Paleo-Hebrew, an ancient form of Hebrew dating back to around the 10th century BC. When translated, the text turned out to be a summary of the Ten Commandments, and, notably, it included 4 references to the Lord in the Jewish tradition. Instantly, the stone sparked intense debate. If it truly was an ancient artifact, it would suggest that Semitic people had reached the Americas long before Columbus, challenging all established historical records. But the mystery didn't end there. The characters carved into the stone were a peculiar mix, mostly Paleo-Hebrew, but with some that resembled Greek letters. This hints at a later period, possibly after the era of Alexander the Great. Linguist Cyrus Gordon once suggested that the boulder might have been a large stone displaying the 10 Commandments set at the entrance of a home or synagogue. But other experts disagreed, pointing out that the text used phrases and expressions not found in Samaritan tradition, and it lacked the characteristic lines about building a temple on Mount Gerizim. Many researchers have questioned the authenticity of the stone. Some scholars believe it might simply be a modern hoax. For instance, the inscription contains many grammatical errors, misplaced punctuation, and a mix of characters not consistent with any known ancient document. There are even stories that 2 University of New Mexico students carved the inscription in the 1930s as a prank on Hibben. Other archaeological groups, after examining the stone in 1953, also concluded that the natural weathering on the rock did not cover the carved characters, suggesting that the inscription might have been made more recently. Even so, there are still those who argue that the stone is much older than the skeptics claim. Geologist George Morehouse once compared the weathering on the ancient letters to modern graffiti on the hilltop and found a distinct difference, suggesting the stone could be anywhere from 500 to 2,000 years old. Researcher Barry Fell believed that some of the punctuation marks match those found in certain ancient texts, although his opinion is not widely accepted. So what, in the end, is the Los Lunas Decalogue stone? Is it an ancient relic brought to America by Semitic travelers? Or is it a clever 20th century hoax? Whether genuine or fake, the Los Lunas stone continues to attract mystery enthusiasts, researchers, and curious visitors from all over. Number 26. White Pyramid of China. The forbidden megastructure. Hidden beneath the dust of centuries in Shaanxi Province, China, the White Pyramid stands as one of the greatest enigmas that modern archaeology has ever faced. The stories surrounding it are not mere legends, but living symbols of our relentless urge to explore and of our deep frustration before mysteries that remain unsolved. In 1945, American pilot James Gaussman, during a transport flight over the northwestern mountains of China, reported seeing a colossal pyramid in the valley below, its 4 faces gleaming white in a way that seemed almost impossible to believe. Just 2 years later, in 1947, another pilot named Maurice Shahan confirmed Gaussman's account and even managed to take a few blurry black and white photos of the mysterious structure. When these images and reports reached the West, they caused a sensation among archaeologists and in the global media. Yet, as the war ended, China's borders gradually closed to foreign researchers. The area said to be the location of the White Pyramid came under strict control. Only a handful of local scholars were ever allowed to investigate, and official reports claimed these were nothing more than earthen burial mounds for ancient emperors built between the Qin and Tang dynasties. The Chinese authorities insisted that no white pyramid of extraordinary dimensions, as described by American pilots, truly existed. Even so, in recent decades, satellite images released by both Western and Russian sources have revealed pyramid-like structures scattered throughout Shaanxi. Some rise from 50 to over 100 meters tall, much larger than the pyramids of Egypt. One remarkable detail is the legend of the shining white surface. Local traditions tell that the structure was once covered in a layer of pure white limestone or clay, which reflected the sun and made it stand out against the gray backdrop of the surrounding mountains. Some Western scholars have compared it to the Great Pyramid of Giza and even claimed the White Pyramid's estimated height of 300 meters and a base perimeter of more than 450 meters would surpass the wonders of Egypt. Who, then, built this immense structure? And for what purpose? Theories about the White Pyramid are as diverse and mysterious as the monument itself. Some archaeologists believe it was merely the burial mound of Chinese emperors, built as a statement of absolute power. Yet, those drawn to mystery suggest that the White Pyramid is a relic of an ancient civilization now lost, one that predates the recorded history of China itself. More radical theories claim that the White Pyramid once served as a religious center or an astronomical site, much like the pyramids of the Maya, or even as an ancient observatory. They point to the way many pyramids in Shaanxi seem to be aligned with certain constellations, echoing the arrangement of the pyramids in Egypt. Some have even linked these structures to extraterrestrial civilizations, an idea as fascinating as it is unproven. Yet all these theories run up against one immovable fact. To this day, no one outside the Chinese archaeological community has been allowed full access to excavate or rigorously study these pyramids. Many tombs remain abandoned, for there is a Chinese belief that one should not disturb the emperor's slumber, lest disaster befall you. This only makes the White Pyramid a more powerful symbol of prohibition, a place where the boundary between reality and legend is still unbroken. Today, satellite images and covert expeditions have only increased the allure of the White Pyramid. It is not only a forgotten wonder, but a challenge to all who long to reach the hidden layers of human history. Could it be that beneath that shroud of earth and stone lies an unwritten chapter of civilization? And will the day ever come when that secret door is opened, allowing the world to truly behold the monumental structure that once stood on the banks of the Yellow River? Number 27, the mystery of the Karnak stones, an ancient stone forest in Brittany. While early humans were still learning how to farm and hunt, a colossal stone forest appeared on the remote coastline of France, one whose true purpose remains a mystery to this day. These are the Karnak stones. More than 3,000 granite blocks are arranged in endless lines across the fields of Brittany. From a distance, they look like a silent army turned to stone, standing watch as the centuries slip by. The story of Karnak begins in the Neolithic era, more than 6,000 years ago. People of that time cut, moved, and raised these massive stones, some weighing as much as 300 tons and standing over 20 meters tall, using only the simplest tools. Even today, scientists are at a loss to explain how a society with no metal and no wheels could have transported and erected such enormous stones. It's not just the size, but the order and precision of the Karnak stones that stands out. The three main alignments, Menek, Kermario, and Kurliskan, stretch nearly 4 kilometers, forming straight rows that grow smaller toward the east, as if leading to some secret yet to be discovered. Scattered among them are ancient stone tombs, burial mounds, and solitary standing menhirs. The Menek alignment is the most impressive, with 1,100 stones arranged in 11 rows, each row seemingly placed with careful calculation. Yet, there are no ancient records explaining the true purpose behind these lines of stones. By the time archaeologist James Milne studied the area in the 19th century, many stones had already been removed, used to build roads, or even to construct a lighthouse. Every time a stone disappeared, another piece of the mystery was lost. What makes Karnak even more baffling is the sheer scale and organizational complexity it must have required. To build and maintain a site like this, the ancient builders must have had a complex society, perhaps even led by powerful kings. Inside the large burial mounds, archaeologists have found jade axes from the Alps and precious jewelry from Spain, evidence of an ancient trading network stretching across the seas. But why did they raise these rows of stones in the first place? Many theories have been proposed. Some believe Karnak was an astronomical observatory, with stones aligned to the sunrise and sunset at the solstices. Others think it was a pilgrimage route, a place for communities to gather, perform rituals, or honor their ancestors. Some believe the rows mark burial sites of tribal leaders or serve as the boundaries of prehistoric territories. There are even bold theories suggesting the stones were once used to detect earthquakes, and local legend tells of a Roman army turned to stone by the wizard Merlin. Whatever the true explanation, Karnak keeps its secrets. Recent archaeological finds show that the ancient burial mounds here contain artifacts from far away, proving that Karnak's community was connected to the wider world. But natural erosion, along with centuries of reusing the stones, has erased many important clues. Some stones were once carved with images of bull's horns or human figures, but now only faint traces remain. The fate of Karnak has grown ever more fragile as, generation after generation, the stones have been moved or destroyed. In 2023, nearly 40 menhirs at Montauban were demolished to make way for a supermarket, sparking outrage among archaeologists. Yet the main alignments still stand, and Karnak is now being considered for UNESCO World Heritage status. The Karnak stones force us to look back at our past with awe and curiosity. If our ancestors could build something this monumental with nothing but their hands and willpower, what else might they have accomplished that we have yet to imagine? Some believe Karnak is the legacy of a lost advanced civilization with deep knowledge of astronomy and social organization. Others see it as a symbol of ancient faith, connecting humanity to the universe. But however we explain it, the Karnak stones endure, standing tall through millennia, a reminder that the past still holds mysteries we may never fully uncover. Number 28. The mystery of the phantom hitchhiker, ghostly riders in Kent. In England, the region of Kent is forever linked to strange stories about ghostly hitchhikers who appear along the roads at night. The tale began decades ago and continues to be passed down by locals and travelers who happen to pass through the area. One of the most famous legends centers on Bluebell Hill, a spot near the town of Chatham. According to many witnesses, on a winter night in 1970, a driver heading home through heavy rain and thunder saw a young woman standing by the roadside. She wore a thin white dress and looked so frail that anyone would worry for her safety. Her hair was long and seemed soaked by the rain. When the driver stopped to ask if she needed help, the girl did not reply. She simply nodded and silently asked for a ride home. During the entire drive, the girl barely spoke to the driver, only quietly repeating her home address from time to time. The air in the car was strangely quiet and heavy, as neither of them said another word. When they finally stopped in front of a small house on the side of the road, the driver turned to let her know they had arrived, only to discover that the back seat was completely empty. The girl had vanished without a trace, and it all happened so quickly that the driver could hardly believe his eyes. What made the story even stranger was that the driver discovered a small handbag left on the back seat. He decided to bring it to the front door and knock to return it to its owner. An elderly couple answered, and after hearing the story, they were stunned to realize it was their daughter's bag, their daughter who had died in a car accident on that very stretch of road years before. From then on, the story of the mysterious hitchhiker became a chilling legend for anyone traveling along Bluebell Hill on stormy nights. Bluebell Hill is not the only place in Kent known for such stories. The village of Pluckley is considered one of the most haunted villages in England, having reported numerous supernatural events over hundreds of years and attracting many mystery researchers. One night, a taxi driver named Raymond Breakspear was driving down a deserted road through the village when he saw a man dressed in black standing by the roadside, waving for a ride. Thinking he was simply helping a stranded passenger, Raymond stopped and let the man into his car. But just a short distance later, Raymond glanced into his rearview mirror and saw that the back seat was empty, even though he himself had opened the door and watched the man get in. A chill ran down his spine, and he quickly stopped the car to look around, but there was no sign that anyone had ever been there. Later, when Raymond shared the story with other drivers, he discovered that he was not alone. Many other drivers in the area had also encountered strange passengers who vanished without a trace. Stories of phantom hitchhikers in Kent have continued to spread. Over time, these tales have become part of the collective memory and spiritual life of the local people. While every storyteller adds their own details, all the accounts share the same feeling of cold, mystery, and a fear that's hard to put into words. As the years go by, the stories of ghostly hitchhikers in Kent have convinced locals that their land is truly unique, and they continue to attract curious visitors from around the world. These legends are an inseparable part of local folklore, serving as a reminder to anyone passing through at night that there are still things in this world we may never be able to fully explain. Number 29. Egypt's Valley of the Whales, fossil whales with legs. If there is any place on Earth that can make us reflect on the great mysteries of evolution, it must be the Valley of the Whales in Egypt, a barren land deep within the Western Desert, where the burning sun and shifting sands have hidden wonders for millions of years. But beneath the cracked surface of this valley lie fossils that have amazed the scientific world, for here is recorded a miraculous chapter in the story of life's journey from land to ocean. The story began when scientists discovered hundreds of ancient fossilized whale skeletons, dating back as far as 40 million years, scattered across a landscape now so dry it is hard to believe it was once a vast, shallow sea. What made this discovery truly remarkable was that some of these fossilized whales still had all four limbs, meaning they possessed both front and back legs, along with the tails and fins we see in modern whales. These skeletons, many stretching dozens of feet long, clearly show the leg joints that once allowed these creatures to move on land before they fully adapted to life in the water. This discovery became vivid, undeniable evidence for the theory of the whale's incredible evolution, that whales were once land animals, slowly transforming to thrive in the boundless ocean. What stunned scientists even more was the exceptional state of preservation found here. In the dry, scorching climate, with virtually no rain for thousands of years, the bones have hardly decayed, allowing paleontologists to study even the smallest details, from the shape of their teeth to the structure of their leg bones and the development of their fins and tails. The story of the Valley of the Whales is not just a triumph of modern science, it is a powerful testament to the extraordinary power of life to adapt and transform. No one can stand in the Valley of the Whales without feeling humbled by what nature has created. These fossils serve as a reminder of the flow of time, of ancient migrations, and of the absolute power of adaptation and evolution across millions of years. Number 30. The Mermaid of Kiryat Yam, Israel. If you ever thought that mermaids belonged only to old legends, then the quiet coastal town of Kiryat Yam in Israel offered the world a surprise in 2009 when many local residents claimed they had seen a strange creature right off the Mediterranean coast. What set these reports apart was that the creature people described looked half human and half fish. And suddenly, stories that once seemed like fantasy began to feel much more real. It all started on a quiet afternoon when a man named Shlomo Cohen was walking on the beach with his friends, and they happened to spot an unusual figure lying still on the white sand. As the group walked closer to see what was going on, the creature suddenly sprang up on its hands and then quickly dove into the deep blue water, vanishing from sight and leaving behind only the clear impression of a large fishtail on the sand. From that moment, the shoreline of Kiryat Yam became the center of endless rumors and strange new events. More and more local people and visiting tourists said they had seen the same creature swimming out in the distance, or sometimes rising above the waves and waving in a mysterious way, turning those stories into something that captured the curiosity of an entire nation. As the wave of fascination continued to grow, the authorities of Kiryat Yam decided to offer a $1 million reward to anyone who could bring solid proof that a mermaid really existed in these waters. After that announcement, teams of hunters, researchers, and even scientists began to arrive, all hoping to become the first in the world to capture real evidence of a creature that, until then, had belonged only to fairy tales. Still, even though many photos and videos were taken, all of them ended up being too blurry or too hard to identify. So, up to today, no one has ever claimed that big reward and the Mermaid of Kiryat Yam remains an unsolved mystery. What makes this story even more interesting is that it didn't just spark curiosity in Israel. It made researchers around the world start to wonder if creatures once thought of as legend might truly exist somewhere in the world. Because for thousands of years, mermaids have appeared in the old stories of civilizations like Assyria and Greece, where people believed these mysterious beings lived deep under the sea and could enchant or lure sailors into dangerous waters. Today, even though modern science still has no proof that mermaids are real, the mystery in Kiryat Yam still holds countless questions we have yet to answer. Maybe somewhere under those deep blue waves, there are still wonders waiting for someone to discover and explain. Number 31. Black Sarcophagus of Alexandria. What was really inside? Among the most sensational archaeological discoveries of the 21st century in Egypt, nothing compares to the frenzy ignited by the Black Sarcophagus in the summer of 2018. It all began at an ordinary construction site on Al-Karmili Street in Alexandria, a city once hailed as the cultural, intellectual, and political heart of the ancient Mediterranean. As workers dug the foundations for a new building, they unexpectedly unearthed a massive stone block buried deep in the earth. Archaeologists were immediately summoned to the scene. After clearing away nearly 5 meters of soil and rubble, what emerged before them was a rectangular coffin made entirely of black granite, almost 2.7 meters long, 1.5 meters wide, over 1.8 meters tall, and weighing nearly 30 tons. It was larger than almost any sarcophagus ever found in Alexandria, or indeed anywhere in Egypt. Next to it was an alabaster bust, its face worn smooth with age, leaving the true identity of the tomb's owner an even greater enigma. Where royal or noble coffins are typically adorned with hieroglyphs, carvings, or paintings recounting names, titles, or achievements, this black sarcophagus was completely bare, except for a plaster seal eroded away by centuries. This anonymous construction only fueled speculation. Was this the secret grave of a significant figure, or someone whose role in turbulent history had to be hidden from future generations? Rumors and conspiracy theories swirled. Some whispered that this could be the final resting place of Alexander the Great, the legendary king who founded the city itself. The body of Alexander has been missing for over 2 millennia, never found. Was there an ancient curse inside this sarcophagus, like the legends that surrounded so many Egyptian tombs since Carter's discovery of Tutankhamun? Curiosity peaked in July 2018 when experts decided to open the sarcophagus. Due to its enormous size and depth, the operation required modern lifting equipment and strict safety measures to guard against toxic gases or biological hazards. When the lid was finally pried open, those present held their breath. Inside was neither an intact mummy, as many had hoped, nor any treasure. Instead, a foul stench filled the air, the result of filthy water seeping in over thousands of years, mixing with decomposing bodies to form a thick, reddish-brown liquid. Bizarre rumors quickly spread. Some even asked for permission to drink sarcophagus water, in hopes of gaining supernatural power, forcing Egyptian authorities to issue health warnings to the public. Forensic analysis soon revealed 3 skeletons inside, stacked atop one another, 2 men and a woman. There was no trace of royalty, no gold or precious burial goods. Skull fractures on one individual suggested death from violence or warfare, while tests on teeth, bones, and carbon dating placed the remains around the 4th century BC, the early Ptolemaic era, when Alexandria was among the world's most prosperous cities. What puzzled scientists was why such a rare, enormous, and expensive granite sarcophagus would be used for 3 ordinary individuals, buried without ceremony, with no inscription. Some theorized they might have been members of a forgotten noble family, soldiers who died in chaos, or high officials deliberately erased from history for political reasons. Others wondered if a taboo related to religion had forced their names to be erased forever. The use of black granite for the sarcophagus is itself remarkable. This stone would have had to be transported from Aswan, hundreds of miles south of Alexandria, a feat requiring enormous resources and money. The true reason for using such precious, enduring stone for an anonymous tomb remains a mystery. The discovery of the black sarcophagus is not just an archaeological event. It is proof that history always finds ways to bury its strangest tales and forgotten lives, right in the heart of a city once called the Jewel of the East. It stands as a reminder that, even after thousands of tombs and treasures have been unearthed, Egypt still holds countless secrets slumbering beneath the ground. Number 32. The book that predicted the Titanic disaster. In the history of modern seafaring, the sinking of the Titanic in 1912 has always been seen as one of the most haunting tragedies, when a ship that was called unsinkable ended up resting forever at the bottom of an icy ocean just hours after striking an iceberg, leaving behind immeasurable sorrow and questions that remain unanswered. But what makes the Titanic story even stranger and more chilling is the existence of a novel published back in 1898, 14 years before the real disaster, that described in detail a shipwreck almost identical to what happened on that fateful night. The novel was called The Wreck of the Titan, written by author Morgan Robertson. Within its pages, he imagined a massive vessel named Titan, a ship of enormous size, celebrated as unsinkable thanks to the most advanced engineering of its time. What is so uncanny is that the Titan also set sail on a cold April night on the North Atlantic, carrying thousands of passengers and crew, and was equipped with only a limited number of lifeboats because everyone believed in the absolute safety of the ship. The book tells how, on its very first voyage, the Titan struck a giant iceberg at high speed and quickly sank into the depths, sealing the tragic fate of over 2,000 people, most of them unable to find a place on the lifeboats. These numbers are eerily similar to the real-life statistics of the Titanic disaster. But it isn't just the numbers that are striking. The details about the timing, the circumstances, and the sense of confusion and fear among those on board are described by Robertson with such precision and vividness that many people have wondered whether he somehow saw the future or unwittingly prophesied a tragedy that would happen many years later. The novel, for this reason, sparked a huge wave of debate among researchers, leaving many to question whether this was just an unbelievable coincidence or if there was some hidden mystery behind it that humanity has yet to understand. After the real Titanic disaster in 1912, the name of The Wreck of the Titan and its author Morgan Robertson suddenly appeared in newspapers everywhere. Many people even sought out the novel as a kind of warning from fate and raised new questions about the human ability to foresee the future or about the existence of strange premonitions throughout history. All of this only adds another layer of mystery to the Titanic tragedy, where reality and fiction seem to blend into a story that is hard to believe. Even today, whenever people mention the Titanic, they remember not only the pride of modern industry or the pain of thousands of lost lives, but also the chilling story of a strange novel that seemed to predict the greatest disaster in maritime history. Number 33. The Mystery of the Al-Ubaid Figurines, Traces of a Strange Civilization. Thousands of years ago, as the first civilizations began to take shape in Mesopotamia, a mysterious people created clay figurines unlike anything ever found elsewhere. These figurines, discovered at the Al-Ubaid archaeological site in southern Iraq, have elongated, reptilian heads, large round eyes, and features that make it hard to tell if they are meant to represent humans or creatures from another world. Their discovery raised a profound question: who made these figurines, and why do they look so strange? This area belonged to the Ubaid culture, one of the earliest societies to farm, build villages, and develop writing. Here, archaeologists have uncovered dozens of small clay statues, about 10 to 30 centimeters tall. Some were buried in graves, others placed under floors, but all share the same features: snake or lizard-like faces, coffee bean-shaped eyes, flat noses, small mouths, and unusual postures. When these figurines were first exhibited at the British Museum, both scholars and the public were stunned. Were they depictions of humans? Or images of a species never seen before? What sets the Al-Ubaid figurines apart is their reptilian appearance, so different from the traditional human figures of Mesopotamia, like those from Sumer. Some display female features, perhaps symbolizing fertility or mother goddesses, yet their reptilian faces don't fit any known artistic style of their era. The Ubaid people were famous for their agricultural villages and wide trading networks around the Gulf, but there are no stories or legends explaining the origin of such odd figurines. Many researchers believe the Al-Ubaid figurines represent deities or ancestral spirits used in religious ceremonies. Finding them in graves or under house floors suggests they may have served as protective talismans or as spiritual tokens for families or the deceased. Some male figures hold scepters, possibly symbolizing power or spiritual leadership, while female figures with infants highlight themes of fertility and nurturing. But the biggest question remains, why the reptilian forms? One theory is that the Ubaid people worshipped gods linked to water and earth, as their society depended on the rivers and marshes of Mesopotamia. Yet there is no solid evidence for this. Uniquely, no neighboring cultures produced similar snake-faced statues, making the mystery even deeper. Some figurines still show traces of red or black paint, suggesting they were once brightly decorated. But was this merely artistic, or did it have deeper religious significance? Some theories go even further. A few researchers claim the Al-Ubaid figurines could be evidence of contact between humans and an extraterrestrial civilization, or at least an intelligent reptilian species that once coexisted with humans. These ideas are often linked to Sumerian legends of serpent gods, or the tales of the Anunnaki, beings said to have come from the sky. However, most mainstream scholars dismiss these claims, arguing that the figurines are simply products of religious belief, or the distinctive artistic style of the Ubaid people. Over time, the mystery of the Al-Ubaid figurines has only grown. After the Ubaid era, this culture gave way to Sumer, Akkad, and Babylon, and the reptilian figurines vanished. Was this faith forgotten, or deliberately erased? Many figurines were found broken, some because of the fragility of clay, others lost to war and looting. Today, only a handful remain, displayed at the National Museum of Iraq and the British Museum, while many others have disappeared. Recent archaeological digs in Iraq have uncovered more Ubaid artifacts, but no additional reptilian figurines. Perhaps the last secrets still lie hidden deep beneath the soils of Mesopotamia, waiting for the day they will finally be unearthed. Number 34. The Wheel of Spirits on the Golan Heights. Set in the windswept, desolate stretches of the Golan Heights in the Middle East stands an ancient stone monument that leaves archaeologists, historians, and lovers of mysteries in silent awe at both its scale and its secrets. This structure is known as the Wheel of Spirits, or by its ancient name, Rujmel Hiri. No one knows exactly who built these circles of stone, and no one truly understands their original purpose. But if you find yourself standing in that landscape at dawn, with sunlight streaming through those ancient gray stones, you can sense something unmistakable, a mysterious energy that cannot be explained. The Wheel of Spirits is made up of more than 4,000 basalt stones, arranged in 5 concentric circles, with the outermost ring stretching over 150 meters in diameter, encircling a central mound nearly 5 meters high. Seen from above, the entire monument resembles a giant wheel, or perhaps a gateway leading into another world. No one knows for sure when it was built, but archaeologists believe it may date back to the 4th millennium BC, which would make it as old as, or perhaps even older than, the Egyptian pyramids. What is most mysterious about the Wheel of Spirits is not just its massive construction, but the meaning and purpose it has left behind for future generations. Some theories suggest that it was once a site for sacrificial rituals or religious ceremonies connected to the transition between life and death. Locals still tell stories that when the sun rises on the summer solstice, its light passes through the gaps in the stones and shines directly into the center of the monument, as if opening a path for the souls of the dead to journey into the afterlife. Some modern researchers even compare it to a gigantic stone calendar, designed to help ancient people track the movements of the sun, the moon, and the stars above to guide them in farming, hunting, or spiritual rituals. But the Wheel of Spirits is not only a place full of ancient ceremonies, it is also at the heart of countless legends about supernatural events. Some say that on moonless nights, the shadows of ancient spirits can still be seen moving around the stone circles, as if they have never truly left this place. In recent years, Rujmel Hiri has become not only a destination for scientists, but also a magnet for archaeologists, documentary filmmakers, spiritual researchers, and curious travelers. Yet, Despite all the studies and research, the theories about this monument remain unresolved. Some people are convinced that it was once a sacred site for sacrificial rituals. Others lean toward the idea that it was a gateway to the heavens, opening into the unseen world, while some even connect it to a long-lost civilization that once thrived on the Golan Heights before being buried beneath the dust of time. Perhaps the most captivating thing about the Wheel of Spirits is not the answers it may hold, but the hundreds of questions that remain. Every stone, every circle holds its own mystery. Stories of a vanished civilization, of beliefs and fears that once shaped how people face things far beyond their understanding. Number 35. Strange objects in the sky. The UFO mystery in Iceland and England. The night sky has always been an endless source of inspiration for anyone who loves mysteries and exploration, especially when something appears that no one can explain. In recent years, many people in Iceland have unexpectedly managed to capture images of strange objects flying overhead. These objects come in unusual shapes. Some trail long streaks of light, while others hover motionless in the sky. What stands out is that these objects do not resemble any civilian or military aircraft people have ever seen before, and there have been no signals picked up by air traffic control towers or even by major observatories like NASA. The way they appear out of nowhere and then suddenly vanish has left not only people in Iceland, but folks all over the world puzzled and full of questions about what these objects really are. It is not just Iceland where these stories happen. England has also become a hotspot for tales of strange things in the sky, especially in the port city of Portsmouth. Back in 2015, a local resident managed to take a series of photos showing a black, triangular-shaped object floating above the city. What made these images truly unusual was that this triangle did not make a single sound, even though it was moving at a height not far above the ground. The woman who took the photos said she never heard the noise of an airplane or any kind of engine at all. She only saw the strange object gliding across the sky like a dark shadow. When the photos were shared online, they instantly set off a wave of heated debate. Some people believed this must be a top-secret aircraft belonging to the British or American military, maybe some kind of upgrade never shown to the public, while others thought the object might have an extraterrestrial origin, since it moved in such a mysterious way and did not match any kind of technology people are known to have. Sightings of these black triangles have not happened just once or twice. For years, there have been many reports from both England and the United States about triangular flying objects showing up around major military bases. These objects often move very slowly or sometimes seem to hang in the air without making a sound. Sometimes, they glow faintly at the corners or create odd lighting effects around themselves. A number of witnesses say they have seen these things quietly flying over restricted areas, sometimes even during important military events, but then disappearing without leaving a trace. What makes all these reports even more mysterious is that no organization, whether military or a national space agency, has come forward to confirm or explain what these black triangles really are. Some believe they are products of secret military technology programs and designed for surveillance, or to test new ways to avoid radar. Others suspect they could be vehicles from civilizations beyond Earth, silently watching us, because their movement and appearance go far beyond what we currently understand. To this day, triangular flying objects continue to spark debate among scientists, the military, and people who are passionate about UFOs. The mystery is not just that no one knows their true origin, but that every time one of these things appears, it leaves behind a long list of questions that no one can answer. Number 36. The Indus Valley Script, an unsolved mystery. More than 4,000 years ago, on the vast lands surrounding the Indus River, there once thrived an ancient civilization of remarkable achievement. Here, great cities like Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro rose, with carefully planned streets, houses, and drainage systems that far surpassed many other civilizations of the same era. Yet, there remains one thing that archaeologists and historians have not been able to explain: the writing system of the Indus people. Since the late 19th century, when archaeologists first discovered small stone seals carved with mysterious symbols, people have wondered, what do these signs mean? And what stories do they tell about a culture that was once so advanced? These seals are usually only as small as the palm of a hand, each carved with images of animals, people, and a series of strange characters. To this day, researchers have collected more than 4,000 such seals, but no one has ever been able to read a single line from them. The signs on the Indus seals are truly unique. They do not resemble any other known ancient writing system, such as Egyptian, Mesopotamian, or Chinese scripts. Each line generally contains just 3 to 5 characters, sometimes a few more, but never any long texts or clear narratives. The symbols are always carved with great care, showing that people in ancient times placed high value on communicating information, even though today, we still have no idea what each character means. Over the years, many theories have been proposed in the hope of unlocking this mystery. Some scholars believe the script may be a form of syllabic writing, like Sumerian cuneiform or Egyptian hieroglyphs. Others think it could represent ideas or concepts similar to Chinese characters. There are even those who suggest the Indus signs were not really a true writing system, but rather symbols used for identifying goods or families, perhaps for trade or religious rituals. Numerous attempts have been made to decipher these signs over the past century. One of the biggest challenges is that no one has ever found a bilingual inscription, like the Rosetta Stone, that once helped decode Egyptian hieroglyphs. On top of that, the small number of symbols and the short length of most inscriptions make it even harder to compare and analyze the script. What's especially strange is that, despite the civilization's remarkable development, after the Indus civilization collapsed around 1900 BC, all traces of their writing and language seemed to disappear completely. Many researchers believe that, if the Indus script is ever decoded, we will learn much more about their daily life, religion, and perhaps even the reason why such a powerful civilization vanished so quickly. But until that day comes, those small seals with their mysterious signs will remain silent, guarding the untold story of one of the most enigmatic civilizations in human history. Number 37. The Spellbook of Pope Honorius III. Few would suspect that among the many secrets of the Vatican lies a book that once shook the entire Catholic world, a spellbook said to have been written by Pope Honorius III himself. In history, Honorius III led the Catholic Church from 1216 to 1227. He was renowned as a model pope, devoted to faith and duty. Yet, his name became forever linked to one of the most controversial grimoire, a manual of magical practice, that left many both astonished and skeptical. The book is called The Grimoire of Pope Honorius. What makes it so remarkable is not just its content, filled with rituals, formulas, and instructions for summoning both angels and demons, but also the identity of its alleged author. For centuries, rumors claimed that Pope Honorius III had written it as a secret handbook, intended only for priests willing to venture into the world of the occult. However, the truth is far more complicated. The first known edition of this book did not appear until 1629, more than 400 years after Honorius III had died. Many scholars believe that the grimoire is a forgery, created to take advantage of the trust of priests and followers. At that time, European society was still steeped in superstition and haunted by a fear of magic. By attaching the Pope's name to a book of mystical rituals, its creators made it seem legitimate and powerful in the eyes of many. Despite all the controversy over its origins, the Grimoire of Pope Honorius has continued to inspire suspicion and fear. Some believe it is a genuine secret legacy that the Vatican has tried to hide. Others argue that it is nothing more than a clever hoax meant to prey on the superstitions of the Middle Ages. But there is no denying that this book created a tangled connection between the Church and the magical practices that it once so fiercely condemned. Number 38. Megalodon, the ancient phantom of the deep. For millions of years, the ocean was ruled by a creature so fearsome that just mentioning its name was enough to make all other sea life tremble. That creature was the megalodon, the giant shark that once dominated the seas as an unrivaled lord of the deep. With jaws so wide they could swallow 2 grown adults in a single bite and teeth as sharp as razors, it is considered the most formidable predator ever to exist on Earth. But the question that keeps people staring out at the open sea is this: has the megalodon truly gone extinct? Or could it still be lurking in the depths where no human has ever ventured? According to fossil records, the megalodon is believed to have disappeared around 3.6 million years ago, as Earth's temperatures began to fall and the warm waters it called home gradually vanished. The change in climate, along with the loss of its main food sources, meant that it could no longer survive as a species. Yet, the reason megalodon remains a constant topic of conversation is due to a string of satellite images and rumors that have surfaced repeatedly over the past few decades. Some people claim to have seen the shadow of a gigantic creature swimming near the coast, or have heard strange sounds rising from the deep ocean. They compare the size of these shadows to that of a bus, and point to them as undeniable evidence that the megalodon still lives somewhere out there. But the reality of science is much less romantic. Up to now, there is no convincing evidence that megalodon still exists. No new teeth have been discovered. No whale carcasses have turned up with massive bite marks, and no sonar scans have ever picked up the movement of a creature as large as a 3-story building beneath the waves. Scientists also note that if megalodon were still alive, it would need an enormous amount of food every day, something the modern ocean simply cannot provide without leaving a trace. Additionally, what were once thought to be recent fossil teeth have turned out to be millions of years old, simply well preserved thanks to special geological conditions. This only strengthens the theory that Megalodon truly became extinct long ago. Still, Megalodon lives on in our imagination, not because we truly believe it still survives, but because it stands for a time when the ocean was an incredibly dangerous place. Number 39. Piri Reis Map, a 16th century map of the impossible. Amidst the Mediterranean sea breeze of the 16th century, a great mystery quietly appeared on the old parchment of a Turkish cartographer. It was the Piri Reis Map, in a historical legacy that is both strange and challenges all the understanding of the modern world. Drawn in 1513 by Admiral Piri Reis, this map has astonished researchers for hundreds of years, not only because of its accuracy, but also because of details that seem to go far beyond the scientific capabilities of the Middle Ages. The Piri Reis map today remains only 1/3 of its original, but that remaining part alone is enough to make scholars from both the West and the East rack their brains in thought. On the Piri Reis map appear the western coast of Africa, the eastern coast of South America, and most astonishingly, the northernmost part of Antarctica, a continent that would not be discovered by modern humans for more than 3 centuries. But even stranger are the details on the map, which show Antarctica not covered in ice, as if the author had drawn it before the Ice Age. The mystery begins with Piri Reis's own notes. He claimed that he had relied on more than 20 ancient maps from the Greek and Roman eras, and even some said to be from Columbus. However, not a single one of these maps can explain the astonishing accuracy of the coastlines or the appearance of Antarctica before it was covered in ice. Many theories have been proposed to explain this mystery. Some researchers believe that Piri Reis inherited ancient knowledge that modern humanity has long forgotten, even going so far as to ask whether the civilization of Atlantis once existed and possessed surveying techniques far ahead of its time. Others believe the map is simply the result of patchwork and exaggeration, passed down by word of mouth and the imagination of sailors. However, the truth has not yet been solved. The Piri Reis map is not just an ancient document, but also a mirror reflecting the limits of human perception. How could a 16th century Ottoman admiral draw such accurate geographical features at a time when surveying tools and knowledge of the world were still so limited? Was there truly a prehistoric civilization, or is this simply a random coincidence of history? Even though the answer remains unanswered, the map of Piri Reis still lies silently in the Topkapi Museum in Istanbul as a challenge left to all future generations. It does not just tell the story of the bravery of those who sailed the seas, but is also evidence of the power of curiosity, the thirst for discovery, and the mysteries that humanity has yet to reach. Number 40. The Mystery of the Sajama Lines, the largest work of art on Earth. Thousands of years ago, across the windswept Altiplano Plateau of Bolivia, something extraordinary appeared, something science still can't explain. Here, beneath the highest volcano in Bolivia, Sajama, thousands of perfectly straight lines were etched into the ground. These are known as the Sajama Lines. They are one of the world's greatest archaeological mysteries and the largest land art ever created by humankind. The story of the Sajama Lines begins in this land, near the towering Sajama volcano, which rises more than 6,500 meters above sea level. In 1932, explorer Aimé Félix Chifley was the first to record the existence of these mysterious straight lines. However, it wasn't until the 1930s, when anthropologist Alfred Metro began studying the Aymara and Chapaya people living in the area, that the Sajama Lines truly captured the attention of the archaeological world. The local people are believed to have painstakingly carved these lines over more than 3,000 years, from around 1000 BCE all the way to the 15th century. Today, this network stretches over an area of more than 2,200,000 square kilometers, many times larger than the famous Nazca Lines of Peru. The total length of the lines is estimated at 16,000 kilometers, an almost unbelievable figure. The method used to create the Sajama Lines is both simple and astonishing. Ancient people used their hands or primitive tools to scrape away the dark, rocky surface layer, revealing the lighter soil underneath. Each line is between 1 and 3 meters wide, stretching for dozens of kilometers, yet always remains perfectly straight, regardless of uneven terrain, rivers, or hills that cross their path. No one knows how they managed to keep such absolute precision long before the advent of modern technology. Unlike the famous Nazca Lines, which form animals and symbols, the Sajama Lines create no specific shapes. Every line is straight, intersecting like a giant web and forming an enormous pattern that can only truly be appreciated from above. Interspersed among this network are ancient shrines, burial towers, and small villages, adding to the region's unique and mysterious cultural landscape. What could have driven people to spend generations carving these paths into such a harsh, unforgiving land? To this day, the true purpose of the Sajama lines remains a mystery. Many researchers believe they were pilgrimage routes, helping the Aymara people travel between shrines or reach precious water sources scattered across the dry landscape. Other scholars have suggested they may have marked territorial boundaries or served as ancient navigation aids, but the sheer scale and perfect straightness of the lines have left every theory wanting. The mystery only deepens when archaeologists realize the lines have maintained their straightness for centuries, surviving the ravages of time and nature. Their construction required enormous labor, persistence, and community organization across many generations. There are no ancient records explaining how the local people measured and built the lines. Some theories even propose that the Sajama lines are connected to the Nazca lines, forming a vast, ancient cultural network across South America. Yet there's no archaeological evidence to support this. And unlike the Nazca lines, the Sajama lines do not depict animals or recognizable symbols. After thousands of years, the lines are slowly being eroded by rain, wind, and uncontrolled tourism. Some sections have been destroyed to make way for roads or buildings. Yet, thanks to modern conservation projects and digital mapping technology, many segments of the Sajama lines have been documented, even as their true purpose has faded from local memory. The Sajama lines force us to look back at the past with both awe and humility. If ordinary people thousands of years ago could create a massive artwork spanning thousands of kilometers, what else might they have accomplished that we still don't understand? Number 41. The Mystery of Lake Baikal. Strange creatures beneath the ice-cold waters. Lake Baikal, nestled deep in the frozen heart of Siberia, is one of the oldest and deepest places on the planet. Estimated to be more than 25 million years old and plunging over 1,600 meters deep, Lake Baikal not only holds nearly a quarter of the world's fresh water, but is also home to countless strange stories that science still cannot fully explain. Among them, one of the most frightening and controversial tales began in the summer of 1982, right in the middle of the Cold War. That year, a team of Soviet military divers was sent to the lake for what was supposed to be a routine underwater training exercise. According to unofficial documents that surfaced years later, during one deep dive to about 50 meters below the surface, the divers encountered something no one expected. In front of them were beings over 3 meters tall, shaped like humans but with bodies completely covered in a shining, silvery metal. On their heads, they wore dome-shaped helmets that looked as if they were made from glass or some kind of transparent material. What was truly strange was that these creatures didn't use any breathing equipment like humans do, yet they moved effortlessly underwater and seemed perfectly adapted to the high-pressure, low-oxygen environment of Lake Baikal. Driven by military instinct and their assignment, the group of divers tried to approach the strange beings to get a closer look. But just seconds after they started moving toward the creatures, an invisible force suddenly pushed them back, as if a wall of water surrounded the entities. 3 of the 7 divers were badly injured, and in their desperate attempt to rush to the surface for emergency help, the military doctors on site could not prevent the severe consequences of rising too quickly. 3 of the divers did not survive, and the story was quickly locked away. All related files were classified as top secret, and every report was edited or hidden. The survivors were ordered to remain absolutely silent, and for many years afterward, there was no official confirmation from the Soviet government about what had really happened beneath the lake. Even so, the story refused to disappear. Over the following decades, rumors continued to spread among divers, researchers, and even UFO investigators. Many believe that beneath Lake Baikal, there are not only bizarre creatures, but possibly even a secret base, somewhere that alien civilizations could be using as an observation post, or perhaps even as a home. Number 42. The Vatican and homosexuality, a secret that can't be hidden. The Vatican stands at the heart of global Catholic power, long associated with solemn tradition, authority, and conservatism. But behind those ancient walls lies a story that many believe the Church has tried to keep hidden for years, the story of homosexuality within the Vatican itself. In 2019, a French journalist named Frédéric Martel published a book called In the Closet of the Vatican. The book was the result of 4 years of investigation and included more than 1,500 interviews with cardinals, priests, former clergy, and even Vatican security staff. In it, Martel made a stunning claim: 80% of the clergy in the Vatican are gay. According to him, many of these men live quietly, keeping their orientation a closely guarded secret. What's even more striking is that some of those who publicly speak out most strongly against homosexuality are the very same people leading double lives. They condemn the LGBT community in public, yet have same-sex relationships in their personal lives. Martel describes this as a long-standing culture of hypocrisy within the Church. For its part, the Vatican has never directly denied the figures in the book, nor has it acknowledged them. Some sources say that Pope Francis himself once told a survivor of sexual abuse, "God made you like this, and God loves you like this." This approach has earned him support from many within the LGBT community, though it has also drawn criticism from some of the Church's more conservative members. But the issue is not just about who is who. Many experts argue that living a double life in such a closed and pressured environment like the Vatican may have contributed to the eruption of past scandals involving abuse and cover-ups. When people cannot live authentically, they are more likely to face personal crises, and the system itself becomes more prone to covering for its own. As long as the issue remains taboo, the culture of secrecy will continue. And when the truth is buried too deep, it doesn't just damage the reputation of the Church, it also harms the very real people who live within its walls. Number 43. Strange phenomena in Egypt and the polar regions. Traces of aliens and ancient civilizations. Ancient Egypt has always been tied to mysteries that, even now, continue to puzzle modern researchers. One of the images that once caused a stir across the internet was a photo showing a glowing sphere floating above the pyramids. No one knows for sure what this object really is, and there is no evidence to prove that it's just a normal, natural phenomenon. Many have suggested that this is a sign of a UFO or some kind of device from an extraterrestrial civilization watching over humanity. What makes this theory even more convincing is what is written in ancient Egyptian texts. The ancient Egyptians believed that their gods not only ruled over their lives, but were also the ones who taught humans important knowledge about the universe, astronomy, and construction techniques. Legends say that these gods came down from the sky, bringing with them light and power, and taught the Egyptians how to build grand structures like the pyramids and temples, wonders that even today's technology still struggles to fully explain. Quite a few scholars have wondered whether these gods might have actually been beings from another planet who brought advanced knowledge and left traces of their presence right in the middle of Egypt's desert. It is not just Egypt. Some of the most remote and harsh places on Earth, like Antarctica, have also become the center of debates about the existence of UFOs and ancient civilizations. In recent years, satellite images shared on social media have shown strange objects lying deep beneath Antarctica's thick ice. Some objects look like spaceships or geometric structures that, according to many people, would be very hard to form naturally. There are even photos revealing long, dark trails stretched out across the ice, raising questions about whether a massive object may have once crashed and become buried beneath the ice thousands of years ago. Many independent researchers and explorers believe this is evidence that Antarctica once hosted a civilization, or maybe even a secret base belonging to extraterrestrials. They argue that Antarctica's unique location, along with its eternal ice, has helped preserve all traces perfectly for thousands of years. Each year, new images appear, showing strange objects in the cracks of the ice or in places no one has ever explored, making the story of secrets hidden in the polar regions more vivid and harder to explain than ever. While mainstream scientists remain cautious and often suggest that most of these phenomena are the result of natural processes or errors in satellite imagery, that has never stopped people's imagination from running wild. Questions like whether the ancient Egyptians truly received help from a civilization beyond Earth, or whether the coldest place on the planet is hiding the secret of another world, still do not have any satisfying answers. Number 44. The debauchery of the Borgia popes. In the 15th and 16th centuries, the Vatican fell under the control of one of the most controversial families in the history of the Catholic Church, the Borgia family. Originally from Spain, the Borgias quickly built their power in Italy through political cunning, financial influence, and personal connections. Although only 2 popes came from the Borgia line, their impact on the Vatican at that time was immense. The first was Pope Calixtus III, born Alphonse de Borgia. He ascended to the papacy in 1455 at an old age and reigned for only 3 years before passing away. In that short time, he accomplished several notable things, including restoring the honor of Joan of Arc, the French heroine who had been condemned as a heretic and burned at the stake by the Church in 1431. Calixtus III also made sure to look after his family's interests, appointing many relatives as cardinals and ensuring they would hold power even after his death. His successor from the family was his nephew, Rodrigo Borgia, who would become Pope Alexander VI. Rodrigo was a controversial figure even before he wore the papal crown. He had numerous illegitimate children and lived a life of open luxury. Yet, he was still elected to the highest position in the Church in 1492. Once he became pope, Alexander VI began a reign defined by corruption, extravagance, and debauchery. He was accused of selling positions within the church. Anyone with enough money could become a cardinal, regardless of their virtue or faith. One of the most infamous events during his rule was a party held on the 31st of October, 1501, known as the Banquet of Chestnuts. This event took place at the Papal Palace in Rome and was attended by many church officials and about 50 prostitutes who were invited to entertain the guests. Attendees described the party as a night of drinking, lust, and acts almost unimaginable for a place regarded as the heart of faith. The excesses and moral decay during Alexander VI's era severely damaged the image of the Vatican. Although he died of malaria in 1503, the legacy he left behind became a dark stain on the church's history. The Borgia family not only weakened the faith of believers, but also ushered in a period when religious power was manipulated for personal gain, compromise, and a lifestyle of decadence. To this day, the name Borgia remains a symbol of a dark era within the heart of the Vatican. Number 45. Vanishing of Clovis people. A lost American civilization. The story of the Clovis people began in the 1930s, when archaeologists discovered unique and sophisticated stone spear points at a site near the city of Clovis, New Mexico. These sharp points were quickly determined to date back around 13,000 years, serving as proof of the existence of an advanced and mysterious hunting culture in North America. The Clovis people are regarded as masters of stone technology, with weapon-making techniques so advanced that even today, modern researchers still have much to learn from them. They survived by hunting large animals that are now extinct, such as mammoths, North American camels, and giant deer, and used sharp tools to endure the harsh conditions at the end of the Ice Age. But then, the Clovis culture suddenly vanished from all archaeological records within just a few hundred years. Scientists are still actively debating the real reason for their collapse. Some theories suggest that dramatic climate change at the end of the Ice Age, with rising temperatures and rapidly shifting environments, led to the extinction of the large animals on which the Clovis depended, dragging this group into ruin as well. Other researchers believe that the Clovis encountered a meteorite disaster, as evidence of cosmic glass, carbon dust, and widespread wildfires has been found at many ancient sites dating to the same period. Was it a meteor impact that wiped out this culture in an instant? Or did the Clovis people actually migrate to other lands? The question of the origin and final fate of the Clovis people is not just an American mystery, but a story shared by all of humanity. A reminder of the fragility of civilizations and of their ability to adapt or collapse when faced with the harsh changes of nature. The disappearance of the Clovis people is a warning that even a thriving civilization can vanish without a trace, leaving behind only small fragments for future generations to seek meaning. Today, as archaeologists continue to excavate sites and analyze every fragment of earth and stone, the story of the Clovis people remains an endless source of inspiration for scientists, writers, and anyone fascinated by the exploration of history. It urges us to ask profound questions about life and about the inevitable decline that every civilization in the world must eventually face. Number 46. The Legend of Giants and the Ancient Stone Temples of Malta. If you ever find yourself on the small island of Gozo in Malta, you can't help but be amazed by the ancient ruins standing tall against the blue sky, with sea winds sweeping through every stone slab. These are the Gontigia temples, a mysterious site that the islanders have long believed could only have been built by giants. For generations, locals have told the story of Sansuna, a powerful giantess who, while cradling her baby in one arm, carried massive stones on her shoulder to build this temple. For those who came later and saw firsthand the 6-meter-high stone walls and blocks weighing up to 50 tons, it was impossible to imagine that ordinary people could ever move and arrange such enormous materials. And so, the legend of the giant Sansuna spread even further. Modern science shows that Gontigia was built around 3,600 BC, older than even the famous pyramids of Egypt. It has been determined that across the islands of Malta and Gozo, there are as many as 23 different megalithic temples, 6 of which have been recognized by UNESCO as World Heritage Sites. Each temple, such as Menajra, Avayar Kim, or Tarxian, has its own unique structure and seems to have been built according to ancient astronomical and religious principles that we still haven't fully deciphered. Some researchers have even proposed that Malta could be a surviving part of the legendary city of Atlantis, with structures dating back more than 11,000 years, which would mean that the history of humanity is far more complicated than we ever imagined. Today, although scientists have experimented with various methods to move these stones, like rolling them on logs or combining human strength with pulley systems, No one can say for sure how people in the past managed to build these temples on a small island in the middle of the Mediterranean. That's why many still believe that only giants, or some force beyond our current understanding, could have created such stone wonders. Perhaps it is exactly this enduring mystery that makes Malta's megalithic temples such a captivating destination for anyone fascinated by history, archaeology, and the ancient legends of powers that surpass the limits of human imagination. Number 47. The Legend of Dogman in North America. In the Midwest of the United States, and especially in Michigan, people still tell each other stories about a mysterious creature called Dogman. Dogman is not an ordinary animal, because this creature is as tall as a grown man, but it has the face and fur of a wolf. Most people who have seen Dogman remember its way of moving very clearly, because Dogman always walks on two legs and moves as naturally as a human. They say that when you come face to face with Dogman, the first feeling is fear, because its eyes shine brightly in the darkness, and its huge body and obvious strength are far beyond any animal that lives deep in the woods. There are many stories about Dogman passed down through generations, but the most famous event began in the late 19th century. In 1887, at a logging camp in Wexford County, two lumberjacks working late at night encountered a creature they first thought was just a large wolf. When the two tried to drive it away from the camp, the creature stood up on two legs and let out a growl that sent chills down their spines. Its long arms, with sharp claws, swung in front of the two men and made them run off, too scared to ever return to work. Since then, people in Wexford began to say that Dogman would appear every 10 years as a warning that something bad was about to happen. A century later, in 1987, people started talking about Dogman again when a wooden house in the town of Luther was destroyed in the night. The owner of the house heard strange noises, so the next morning he checked and found very large footprints around the house, along with deep scratch marks on the door and window frames. At first, they thought a bear had done it, but the footprints looked like the prints of a dog, and they reached almost to the roof. The local ranger confirmed that there was no animal in the area that could leave such strange tracks. The people of Luther mentioned Dogman again, and more people began to believe that this creature really existed in the northern Michigan forests. Dogman encounters are not only reported in Wexford or Luther, but also in many other places like Claybank Lake, Alpena, and Big Rapids. At Claybank Lake, two men were fishing in the late afternoon when they saw a creature swimming just below the surface. It had a face like a dog, but its body looked human. When the two men panicked and tried to row away, the creature tried to jump onto their boat, and they had to use their paddles to fight it off until it finally slipped back into the water. In Alpena, three men paddling a canoe on the river had a similar experience when a strange creature ran along the riverbank, watched them closely, and finally jumped into the water and chased their canoe. In Big Rapids, in 1961, a night security guard had a frightening experience when he saw a creature standing near the factory fence. He said at first he thought it was a thief, but when he got closer, he realized it was a creature over 6 feet tall, standing upright on two legs, with the head of a wolf and a chest as broad as a strong man. When he drew his gun and shone his flashlight at it, the creature ran away on all fours, leaving big footprints in the soft ground. Dogman has always been tied to fear and anxiety among people living near forests and remote areas. Many people believe Dogman is not just a legend, but truly exists, though it only appears at night or when something strange is happening deep in the woods. Some say Dogman might be a descendant of some ancient animal species that have survived until today, or it could be the result of some strange transformation that modern science cannot explain. Nowadays, every time someone shares a photo or video that seems to capture the shadow of Dogman, the online community erupts again in endless debate about whether the story is real. Number 48. Dark oxygen. The mystery of oxygen. Born from the darkness of the deep sea. Scientists have just discovered a phenomenon that seems almost impossible to believe. Oxygen is being produced at the very bottom of the ocean, and this could completely change the way we understand a world we thought we had already explored. Leading this discovery is Dr. Andrew Sweetman, a researcher with the Scottish Association for Marine Science, who has spent more than a decade observing the deep ocean regions that humans rarely reach. During surveys in mineral-rich areas of the seafloor, Sweetman's team found places where the concentration of oxygen suddenly spiked. Remarkably, these sites had no sunlight, no seaweed, and none of the lifeforms we know of that can produce oxygen by traditional means. They discovered clusters of small, round manganese nodules scattered across the muddy seabed, and it seems that these seemingly lifeless lumps of metal are actually generating oxygen through a special process. What truly surprised the scientific community is that this phenomenon isn't limited to just one location. It's now been detected in 6 different spots around the globe. This led Dr. Sweetman to believe we might be standing at the threshold of a whole new biological and chemical rule, one that could exist independently from every condition modern science has always considered essential for life. If the ocean floor can create oxygen in darkness, with no living organisms and no sunlight, then what other environments in this universe might be quietly fostering life in ways we've never imagined? This is exactly why NASA has begun to closely monitor this research, knowing that what happens on our own ocean floor today could be a small-scale model of what's unfolding on distant planets, millions of light years away. Right now, Sweetman and his team are preparing for 3 years of expeditions to confirm and expand on this finding, with the first mission set to depart from San Diego in January 2026. If they succeed, this discovery will not only change what we know about our oceans, it could rewrite the entire story of how life originates and survives both on this planet and beyond. Are we ready to accept that life might sprout from dark, cold places where there is no light, no plants, and none of the familiar things we've always believed were necessary? Or will we still cling to the idea that life must be tied to sunlight and the old truths we've always held as fact? Number 49. The mystery of the Al-Saflieni Hypogeum, the oldest underground temple in the world. Over 5,000 years ago, when humanity was still living in the Stone Age, a mysterious civilization on the island of Malta created a masterpiece deep underground. This is the Al-Saflieni Hypogeum, a vast subterranean labyrinth carved entirely from limestone. Today, the Hypogeum is not only the oldest surviving underground structure in existence, but also one of the greatest mysteries in world archaeology. The story of the Hypogeum begins in 1902, when a group of construction workers in the town of Paola, Malta, accidentally drilled through the roof of an underground chamber while laying the foundation for a new house. At first, they tried to keep their discovery a secret, but word quickly spread and archaeologists rushed to the site. What they found astonished the scientific community. Below the earth lay a 3-level system, stretching across 500 square meters, carved completely from Malta's soft limestone. According to UNESCO, this structure dates back to around 3300 to 3000 BCE, which means it predates even the Egyptian pyramids. What makes the Hypogeum remarkable is not just its scale, but its construction techniques and strange acoustic design. The Hypogeum's 3 underground levels each served a unique purpose. The top level is made up of small burial niches. The middle level contains ceremonial rooms with names like the Oracle Room or Holy of Holies, decorated with red ochre spiral motifs. And the lowest level holds collective burial vaults. Here, archaeologists found the bones of more than 7,000 people, along with artifacts such as pottery, necklaces, and especially the tiny figurine known as the Sleeping Lady, one of Malta's most mysterious icons. But what truly makes the Hypogeum a real enigma is the acoustic experience of the Oracle Room. When someone speaks in a low tone, the sound resonates through the maze, creating an eerie effect that has led many to believe the chamber was specifically designed for religious rituals, or even to communicate with the divine. Modern researchers have discovered that the resonance in this room peaks at 110 Hz, very close to the frequencies found in ancient stone monuments like Newgrange in Ireland. This suggests that the ancients may have understood and harnessed sound to make their ceremonies more sacred and powerful. Still, the true purpose of the Hypogeum remains an open question. Many archaeologists believe it was first a sanctuary, then became a burial site for thousands in elaborate rituals. They found skeletons covered in red ochre, symbolic objects of life and death, and representations of mother goddesses. Yet stranger theories exist, too. Some propose that the Hypogeum was used for healing, or even had links to extraterrestrial civilizations, since a number of unusually elongated skulls were once found here. Unfortunately, many of these skulls disappeared from museums after 1985, sparking rumors of cover-ups or mysterious losses. After more than a century of research, the mystery of the Hypogeum remains unsolved. Following its excavation, the site suffered damage from too many visitors, which faded many ancient paintings. Today, the Hypogeum is a strictly protected World Heritage Site, with climate controls and a daily visitor cap of just 80 people. Still, most of the labyrinth is inaccessible, and scientists believe there may be even greater secrets hidden in the unexcavated areas. The Hypogeum forces us to look back at the past with awe and wonder. If the ancestors of Malta could create such a sophisticated labyrinth with unique acoustic design over 5,000 years ago, what else about them have we yet to understand? Today, the Hypogeum is a dream destination for lovers of archaeology and ancient history. But only the most patient can enter, since tickets must be reserved months in advance. Those lucky enough to visit often describe a chill as voices echo through the darkness, as if the spirits of the ancients still linger here. Every corridor, every painting seems to tell a story we have not yet learned to read. Will we one day unravel all the secrets of the Al-Saflieni hypogeum? Or will it forever remain an enigma that lies far beyond the imagination of humankind? Number 50. The Ghost Ship of Lake Superior, the Mystery of the Western Reserve. On a windy summer evening in 1892, the steel cargo ship Western Reserve cut through the deep waters of Lake Superior. No one could have imagined that within just a few minutes, it would vanish forever, taking nearly everyone on board with it, and that more than a century would pass before it would be found again. This was no ordinary ship. At that time, it was considered a new symbol of maritime technology on the Great Lakes. Measuring over 300 feet long and built entirely of steel, the Western Reserve was known as the Gray Fox of the inland waterways, thanks to its speed and its unmatched ability to carry coal across the region. The ship's owner, a wealthy businessman named Peter Minch, had invested heavily in technology and had so much faith in his vessel that he brought his entire family aboard for a summer holiday cruise across the lake, never suspecting that this decision would end in tragedy. On the 30th of August, 1892, as the Western Reserve crossed Whitefish Bay, a sudden storm struck. Because the ship wasn't carrying cargo at the time, it became dangerously unstable, drifting and pitching in the powerful winds. In just about 10 minutes, from the first gust to the moment the hull broke apart and the ship sank, everything happened so quickly that most crew and passengers never had a chance to react. Of the 28 people aboard that day, only one survived, the wheelsman, Harry Stewart. He was the only one to reach a lifeboat, eventually washing ashore nearly exhausted. The story he later told remains the only eyewitness account of what really happened to the Western Reserve that stormy night. For more than 130 years after the sinking, the Western Reserve became part of the ghostly legends that swirl around Lake Superior, a place locals still call the Shipwreck Coast, where sudden, violent storms have claimed thousands of ships. It wasn't until the summer of 2024, after more than a century of fruitless searches, that a team of archaeologists from the Great Lakes Shipwreck Historical Society finally discovered the wreck, nearly 600 feet down. The ship was broken in two, but the stern remained remarkably intact, resting quietly on the lake bed, a silent witness for 132 years. The discovery of the Western Reserve not only unlocked part of the mystery surrounding this ship, but also served as a reminder that these seemingly peaceful waters still guard secrets that only time and perseverance can reveal. And among the countless ships that lie forever on the bottom of Lake Superior, the Western Reserve now stands as a living part of American memory and history. Number 51. UFOs and Mysterious Phenomena in the Arctic, USS Trepang. In 1971, when the USS Trepang, a United States Navy submarine, was on a mission in the Arctic, a series of strange photographs suddenly began to circulate online and immediately caused confusion because no one could explain what the objects in the photos really were. These photos were said to be taken from the deck of the USS Trepang as the submarine moved through the icy waters between Iceland and Norway, and each image captured unusual objects of different shapes floating in the air above the vast white ice of the Arctic. When people looked at these images, many began to wonder if this might be proof of the existence of extraterrestrials, or if it was simply part of some secret military operation that no one was allowed to know about. Many theories have been proposed to explain the origin of the mysterious objects in the photos. Some believe they are alien spacecraft searching for resources on Earth or surveying the Arctic region for purposes we cannot understand. Others say these are products of top-secret weapons testing projects by the US, Navy, or perhaps just a type of balloon used for meteorological measurements. There are even those who suggest that people in the military deliberately released these photos to distract the public from what was really happening in the Arctic at that time. What makes the story even more fascinating is that the true mission of the USS Trepang during that period remains a major mystery for many people even today. According to declassified documents, the USS Trepang had participated in many different missions, such as surveying the geology under the ice, studying the movement and composition of the Arctic ice, testing new weapon systems, and conducting military exercises with NATO allies. During the Cold War, the Arctic was not only a harsh place, but also an ideal setting for secret activities between superpowers, and many events involving advanced military technology took place there without ever being made public. Debates over the origin of the UFO photos from the USS Trepang also remind people of other famous cases, like the Roswell incident in 1947 or the secrets surrounding Area 51 the Nevada desert. These places have long been associated with stories about aliens, strange flying objects, and top-secret military experiments, like Project Oxcart, which aimed to develop spy planes that could not be detected by radar. For decades, the US government has often given reasons such as weather balloons or meteorological tests to explain away sightings of mysterious objects, just as they did with the Roswell incident. And so suspicion about what is really behind these mysteries has never gone away. To this day, the photos of UFOs taken from the USS Trepang in 1971 remain controversial because there has never been any official explanation. Some researchers believe this story is evidence that beneath the Arctic ice, there may be secret bases or places hiding technology humanity has never known about. The story of the USS Trepang has truly gone beyond the usual case of UFO photographs. It stands as proof of humanity's endless curiosity about the mysteries at the edge of the world. Number 52, 1968, the year 4 submarines vanished without a trace. If there is ever a year that made the whole world look down at the ocean with suspicion and fear, it is 1968, a year when 4 military submarines from 4 different countries mysteriously disappeared, one after another. The first to go missing was Israel's INS Dakar, a former British submarine from World War II that had been refitted and handed over to the Israeli Navy for patrol duties in the Mediterranean. On the 9th of January, 1968, it departed from Portsmouth, England, and began its journey home. For the first 2 weeks, all signals were regular and routine, but on the 25th of January, all contact suddenly ceased. British, American, Turkish, and Greek forces launched a massive search operation. It wasn't until 1999, 21 years later, that the wreck was finally discovered at a depth of over 3,000 meters on the Mediterranean seabed. The true cause of the sinking has never been definitively identified, even to this day. Just 2 days later, France was shaken when the Minerve, a small submarine carrying 52 crew members, vanished barely an hour from the port of Toulon. The weather wasn't too bad, and there was nothing unusual about the mission. But, just like the Dakar, the Minerve went completely silent and was never heard from again. France searched in vain for decades. It wasn't until 2019, over 50 years later, and that the submarine was finally located nearly 2,400 meters below the surface. The hull was split. The bow section had broken off, but the real cause remained shrouded in darkness. Not long after, the Soviet Union faced an even more mysterious disappearance. The K-129, a nuclear-armed submarine, failed to return from a secret mission in the North Pacific. On the 8th of March, 1968, it was officially declared missing, but because of the sensitive nature of the mission, the Soviets released no details and conducted a quiet search. Meanwhile, the US was monitoring all activity on the ocean floor and managed to locate the wreck. Then, in the early 1970s, the CIA launched one of the most secretive submarine recovery operations in history. Under the guise of a mining vessel sponsored by billionaire Howard Hughes, they attempted to lift part of the K-129 from the seabed, but the outcome of that mission has never been fully disclosed. Finally, there was the USS Scorpion from the United States, a skipjack-class attack submarine carrying 99 crew members, which disappeared in May 1968 while returning from a mission in the Atlantic. The last signal it sent reported tracking a Soviet ship, and then there was only absolute silence. 6 months later, the wreck was found at the bottom of the Atlantic near the Azores. Theories about what happened range from an internal torpedo explosion to technical failure to even the possibility of an attack, but to this day, the US Navy has never given an official explanation. Number 53, Rohunk Codex, the book no one can read. Hidden away in the archives of a small library in Hungary lies a strange book that has confounded scholars for nearly 2 centuries. This is the Rohunk Codex, a mysterious manuscript that even to this day, no one in the world has been able to read or even truly understand what it is actually recording. The book was discovered in the early 19th century in the town of Rohunk. On its rough, time-stained pages, over 400 manuscript leaves appear, filled with characters unlike any writing system ever known. This script contains thousands of unique symbols, none of which have ever appeared in any language or ancient script. The mystery of the Rohunk Codex deepens with the presence of more than 80 illustrations within the book, depicting scenes of daily life, religious rituals, warfare, and even figures laden with religious symbolism. Some of the images seem reminiscent of Christianity, yet they are blended with elements of Islam and paganism, making the origin and meaning even more complicated to unravel. Who was the author of this book? Why invent such an enigmatic script? And what was the book truly trying to convey to future generations? Over the decades, many researchers have proposed various theories. Some believe it is a prayer book belonging to a secret sect that once existed in Central Europe, or that it is the secret record of an ancient religious community wishing to protect its secrets from the outside world. Some modern scholars, however, have questioned the manuscript's authenticity. They argue it could be a sophisticated hoax from the 19th century, created solely to challenge the curiosity and abilities of researchers. No matter its origin, the Rohan Codex remains steadfast in guarding its secrets. Teams of linguists, cryptographers, and historians have poured immense effort into research, trying every technique from modern linguistic analysis to digital technology, yet the book still refuses to yield even a single line of meaning. The script within continues to defy the imagination of humanity. Today, as technology has enabled people to decode a multitude of ancient texts, from dead languages to messages hidden deep within the Egyptian pyramids, the Rohan Codex remains an enigma that science has yet to solve. And, like so many other great mysteries in history, this book reminds us all that no matter how advanced modern civilization becomes, there are still corners of the world that remain unanswered. Number 54. The Sunken City Off the Coast of Cuba. Shadows of Atlantis in the Deep Ocean. In the early 2000s, a team of underwater explorers led by marine engineer Pauline Zalitsky and her husband Paul Weinsweig set out to survey the seafloor off the western coast of Cuba. Their hope was to discover wrecks of Spanish trading ships lost during the Age of Conquest, but what they found far surpassed all initial expectations and raised questions that have never truly been answered. As their survey vessel towed sonar equipment across a stretch of deep water nearly 600 meters down, the signals began to form a strange pattern on the screen. Instead of the natural shapes of rocks or silt, the scanner outlined a series of square and rectangular structures with sharp, defined edges, arranged in orderly rows, resembling ancient foundations and roadways buried beneath layers of ocean sediment. Large stone blocks appeared to have been shaped by human hands, and some even seemed to be stacked atop one another, forming low walls or pillars. When a remotely operated vehicle was sent down to capture live footage, what appeared on screen left the research team even more perplexed. Beneath the water lay silent stone ruins that had rested undisturbed for thousands of years. This site is located nearly 2,000 feet from the Cuban shoreline, at a depth only modern ships and specialized equipment can reach. Pauline Zalitsky and Paul Weinsweig concluded that these could not be ordinary natural formations. The shapes and arrangement of the stones were too similar to the layout of an ancient city. If these really are the remains of a forgotten civilization, they may have been submerged tens of thousands of years ago, during a time when sea levels were much lower than today. This discovery quickly attracted worldwide attention from both the media and the scientific community. Some immediately drew connections to the legend of Atlantis, the mythical city said to have sunk beneath the sea, a story told by the philosopher Plato more than 2,000 years ago. Others took a more cautious approach, suggesting these might simply be the result of rare geological processes or a unique formation of marine limestone. Yet after those initial surveys, the research project seemed to fall silent. No new data emerged, no further reports were released, and all the questions about the true origins of the mysterious stone structures off Cuba remain unanswered. Some believe the Cuban government or other major powers have deliberately kept the truth hidden, while many scientists point to the overwhelming costs and technical challenges of retrieving samples from such depths as the main reason further study has stalled. Number 55. The Mystery of Brazil's Earth. Geoglyphs. Giant traces in the Amazon jungle. Thousands of years ago, long before the Amazon rainforest was known to modern explorers, ancient communities quietly created enormous markings on the earth, hidden beneath the jungle canopy for millennia. These are the Brazil Earth geoglyphs, also known as the Acre geoglyphs, a network of gigantic squares, circles, and rectangles that stretch across thousands of square kilometers in the state of Acre. These earth tattoos only revealed themselves when the forest was cleared in the 20th century, immediately challenging everything we thought we knew about ancient civilizations in the Amazon. Who created these geoglyphs? And why did they go to such lengths to build structures that can only truly be seen from the sky? The story begins in 1977, when archaeologist Ondamar Dias, working in the Amazon basin, discovered 8 strange earthworks in Acre. These shapes, deep ditches, high earthen banks, squares, and circles, and IR, were perfectly symmetrical and only became fully apparent when geographer Alceu Ranzi flew over the area in the 1980s. Deforestation soon revealed hundreds more. To date, over 410 geoglyphs have been recorded at around 300 archaeological sites, stretching between the Acre and Akiri rivers. Some, like the Severino Calazans geoglyph, feature square ditches 230 meters wide, 12 meters deep, and earth walls over 5 meters high, dimensions that astonish anyone who sees them. But what truly baffles archaeologists is the age of these earthworks. Some charcoal samples date them to between 1244 and 1378 AD, while others could be much older, reaching back as far as 1000 BCE. How could an ancient civilization have created such massive constructions in the heart of the jungle? The mystery of Brazil's earth geoglyphs lies not only in their scale, but also in their sophisticated design. Unlike the animal-shaped Nazca lines of Peru, the acre geoglyphs are mainly geometric forms, dug into the red earth and surrounded by high banks. At sites like Tres Vertentes, some geoglyphs were even surrounded by selectively planted forests of useful trees such as palms, showing that their creators deeply shaped the natural landscape. Archaeologists estimate that building these ditches required the coordination of thousands of people over many generations, working only with simple tools and controlled burning techniques. But why spend years, even lifetimes, creating massive shapes visible only from above? And how did they achieve such geometric precision without modern measuring tools? The true purpose of the geoglyphs remains a mystery. Many researchers believe these were communal spaces, gathering places for ceremonies or tribal meetings, much like the religious centers of the Nazca culture. Artifacts like pottery and small stone axes found at sites like Jaco Sa support this theory. Others suggest the geoglyphs may have marked territorial boundaries or even served as astronomical markers, since some lines align with sunrise or sunset. Yet no symbols or inscriptions have been discovered to shed light on their real meaning. The more researchers investigate, the deeper the mystery grows. Studies have shown that ancient Acreans created open forest patches by controlled burning 4,000 years ago, attracting useful plant species before building the earthworks. This points to a complex society, capable of organizing labor and managing landscapes with skill. Yet curiously, these areas lack terra preta, the famous man-made soil found elsewhere in the Amazon. Some even speculate these are the remnants of an advanced civilization from tens of thousands of years ago. But there's still no scientific evidence for this. The fate of Brazil's geoglyphs adds to the intrigue. For thousands of years, they lay hidden beneath the forest, only uncovered as the land was cleared for farming and ranching. A few have been recognized as national heritage sites, and the region is on UNESCO's tentative World Heritage List. But deforestation and development continue to threaten their survival every day. Modern research projects have used LiDAR technology to map the area, but resources for preservation remain limited. Some have called these the 450 Stonehenges of the Amazon, yet scientists agree there is still much more to learn and verify. Perhaps we are losing an irreplaceable piece of heritage before we even understand its true value. Brazil's earth geoglyphs force us to look at the past with wonder and curiosity. If ancient Amazonians could create constructions of this scale and precision, what other achievements might they have accomplished that we still know nothing about? Today, the acre geoglyphs are a fascinating destination for archaeologists and adventurous travelers alike, though access remains difficult due to the terrain and preservation challenges. Each square, each earth road, seems to tell a story no one has fully decoded. Will we ever unlock the true meaning of Brazil's geoglyphs? Or will they remain silent, earth tattoos, guarding the secrets of the Amazon? These are wonders of the ancient world, but certainly not the only mysteries. Sometimes, the truth is not found in the earthworks themselves, but hidden in ancient texts or buried deep underground, waiting to be discovered. Number 56. The Legend of the Thunderbird and Mysterious Flying Creatures. In 2018, in a remote, rural area of Brazil, many local residents witnessed a strange sight when a giant, glowing creature appeared in the sky, looking very much like a bird. The appearance of this creature left many people confused and even frightened, because until then, no one had ever seen anything with such a bizarre shape flying across the night sky. Some people quickly used their phones to record what they saw, and although the images were blurry, what appeared in those videos was enough to keep the online community buzzing for weeks. Stories about huge creatures flying in the sky are not limited to Brazil. In fact, they are deeply rooted in the legends of Native American tribes in North America, where people call this bird the Thunderbird. According to legend, the Thunderbird is a giant bird with a wingspan that can reach up to 6 meters, its massive body blocking out the sun as it soars overhead. It is said that the Thunderbird has the power to control storms and lightning, and each time it flaps its wings, the ground trembles and flashes of lightning streak across the dark sky. The Thunderbird is not just a symbol of strength, it is also seen as a supernatural force that protects people from hidden dangers lurking in the deep forest. For generations, The image of the Thunderbird has been deeply etched in the memories of indigenous tribes. Elders would tell that every time a storm rolled in and thunder echoed across the mountains and forests, that was when the Thunderbird was flying over their land. Sometimes, children in the village were warned not to go outside during a storm, or they might be snatched away by the Thunderbird. No one knows for certain if the Thunderbird really exists, or if it is only a legend, but these stories have become an important part of the spiritual life of Native peoples. Modern scientists have often debated the origin of the Thunderbird legend. Some believe that in ancient times, there may have been giant birds like Argentavis or Teratornis, which were predatory birds with huge wingspans that lived in the Americas millions of years ago. When their fossils were discovered, people started to wonder whether the Thunderbird could actually be a surviving descendant of some ancient species that has not completely gone extinct. Others argue that sightings of the Thunderbird might simply be exaggerations based on glimpses of large birds like eagles, hawks, or even white storks flying by during stormy weather. However, no matter how many theories are put forward, no one can deny the appeal of the Thunderbird legend and the way it captures the imagination of people everywhere. Number 57. The Secret Canon 489 Files. The pages the Vatican doesn't want anyone to read. Canon 489 is not a legend or a rumor. It is a real archive, meticulously preserved since the 18th century, and it contains detailed records of serious incidents involving crimes, misconduct, and the ways the Church has handled those problems. These files are not just collections of priests' confessions, but also include internal correspondence, reports from dioceses, and directives from high-ranking officials ordering internal resolution or destruction of sensitive documents. For generations, these records were kept, but they were hidden from the public, from the media, and even from outside legal authorities. It wasn't until 2002, when the child abuse scandal in the Boston Archdiocese exploded, that part of the truth finally began to surface. American courts forced the local church to release related documents, and some files similar to those in Canon 489 were brought into the light. What the world saw was a long chain of cover-ups, priests accused of crimes quietly transferred to other locations, victims urged to remain silent, and letters from senior officials revealing that everything was known but nothing was ever made public. Yet, most of the documents in Canon 489 have never been disclosed. Only a handful of people in the Vatican have access to them, and anyone who has ever worked near this archive is bound by a vow of absolute secrecy. What troubles many is not just that these offenses once happened, but that they were so carefully recorded and yet never brought to light unless forced by outside pressure. If the Church truly seeks purity, why are these files still so tightly guarded? Number 58. The Submerged Great Wall in China, the dragon's shadow hidden beneath the waves. Most people think of the Great Wall of China as stretching proudly across northern mountains or winding its way along dramatic ridgelines, but few realize that part of this ancient dragon now quietly slumbers beneath the waters of Hebei province. This story began in the 1970s when China undertook a massive hydroelectric project called Panjiaku, a modern feat meant to supply water and power to an entire region, but one that would forever alter the landscape and history of the area. When the Panjiaku Dam was completed in 1975, waters from nearby rivers began to rise, flooding an entire valley that had once been dotted with villages and, most remarkably, was home to a centuries-old stretch of the Great Wall, witness to the tides of history. Today, in the Panjiaku Reservoir, when the water level drops during the dry season or in years of drought, visitors can catch a glimpse of a section of the wall, its rugged stone steps and crumbling Ming-era watchtowers emerging above the surface. But for most of the year, these ruins remain completely hidden beneath deep blue water, and anyone unaware of this secret would never guess that beneath the tranquil lake lies a piece of the greatest structure ever built by human hands. More than just a curious tourist destination, this submerged stretch of the Great Wall stirs the imagination and sense of nostalgia in countless visitors. Many historians and archaeologists lament the loss of a part of world heritage now buried beneath the reservoir, sacrificed for the demands of modern development. Yet, in a twist of fate, the underwater wall remains far better preserved than many above-ground sections, protected from the ravages of people and time, unlike so many other parts that have been damaged or worn away over the centuries. Number 59. The Men in Black Phenomenon. Mysterious men said to silence UFO witnesses. The mysterious men who show up after every UFO sighting. The figures dressed all in black with strange manners, always trying to silence witnesses by threats or warnings, not to reveal what they have seen. This is the Men in Black phenomenon, one of the most puzzling mysteries of the modern world. The story of the Men in Black began in the 1940s, but its true origins may go back even further. They are not just characters from Hollywood movies, but are part of countless real-life reports from people who claim to have witnessed unidentified flying objects, UFOs. These men always appear in neat black suits, crisp white shirts, dark ties, shiny leather shoes, and often cover their eyes with dark sunglasses. Yet that polite appearance only makes their presence feel even more chilling. Witnesses say these men have unusually pale skin, expressionless faces, and voices that sound stiff and almost programmed. Reports of Men in Black were most common during the 1950s and 1960s. One of the earliest cases happened in 1947 on Maury Island. Harold Dahl claimed to have seen 6 mysterious flying objects in the sky, but soon after, he was visited at his home by a strange man in black who threatened him and demanded that he keep the story secret. This case is considered the start of countless similar encounters afterward. Another famous case is the story of Albert Bender in 1952. Bender, the founder of the International Flying Saucer Bureau, suddenly shut down his organization after meeting 3 men in black suits. They warned him not to reveal what he had discovered, scaring him so badly that he decided to give up his research on UFOs entirely. This case became famous thanks to the book They Knew Too Much About Flying Saucers by Gray Barker, published in 1956, which caused a wave of attention and fierce debate in the UFO research community. But who are the Men in Black, really, and why do they care so much about UFO sightings? Over the decades, many theories have been proposed. One of the most popular ideas is that they are agents from government agencies, such as the FBI or CIA, tasked with hiding evidence about the existence of extraterrestrials in order to prevent public panic. Supporters of this theory believe the US government knows far more about UFOs than the public is allowed to know. Others believe these mysterious men are not actually human. They point to their odd physical features as evidence that the Men in Black could be aliens disguised as people. Their mission is to control and prevent information about UFOs and alien activities from leaking out. There are also skeptics who argue that the entire Men in Black phenomenon is nothing more than a product of collective imagination or a kind of psychological hallucination. Psychologists suggest that people who are stressed or panicked after seeing something strange can easily imagine or misremember later events, unintentionally creating this mysterious figure. Some even think the whole thing is just a prank or a deliberate fabrication meant to attract attention or hide something else, such as secret military projects. But if it's all a joke or a fake, then why have hundreds of people around the world told the same kind of story, describing the same type of people, the same way of approaching witnesses, and always delivering the same threatening message? To this day, no single theory can fully explain every aspect of this phenomenon. The Men in Black still exist somewhere between fact and legend. Even though pop culture has turned them into the stars of a famous action comedy movie, the real-life stories about them continue to make us wonder and question. Whoever they are, one thing is certain: the Men in Black have become a symbol of mystery, a reminder that there are truths we may not be ready to face. This phenomenon remains unsolved, and until someone proves the truth behind these men in black suits, they will remain one of the strangest and most persistent mysteries of modern history. Number 60. The Roman granite shipwreck in Israel. Traces of the past beneath the Mediterranean waves. On an ordinary day along the shore of Yanai, Israel, a local swimmer made a discovery that had lain quietly for 2,000 years, hidden among the sand and surf: the wreck of a Roman cargo ship carrying granite, a silent testament to the prosperity of an empire whose reach once spanned the Mediterranean world. The story began when the swimmer noticed something unusual beneath his feet. When a team of archaeologists arrived to investigate, they were astonished by the sight before them. Resting in the shallow water were dozens of massive granite blocks, most of them still intact, neatly lined up as if they'd just been offloaded from the ship's hold, waiting for human hands to carry them ashore. These blocks were among the most prized building materials of the Roman era, used for temples, grand public buildings, and luxurious villas across the Mediterranean. Experts determined this was the wreck of a large Roman merchant ship, likely setting out from what is now Turkey or Greece, carrying granite blocks and intricately carved columns destined for major cities like Alexandria in Egypt or Gaza. But fate was not kind to the crew. Caught, perhaps, by a sudden and violent storm, the ship went down just off the coast, its entire cargo and hull buried beneath sand and sea for nearly 2 millennia. What's remarkable is that not only the granite blocks remain, but also numerous objects, fragments, and even Roman coins and pottery, all preserved inside the wreck. The discovery of this stone-laden ship not only sheds new light on the ancient trade routes, but also raises fresh questions about the Roman seafarers, the once thriving cities that line the Mediterranean, and the countless unnamed losses claimed by the stormy seas. As the afternoon sun glimmers across the waters of Yanai, it's hard to imagine that just below the surface lies the quiet ruin of an empire that once stretched across 3 continents. Number 61. Stone spheres of Costa Rica. Mysterious megalithic orbs. Amidst the deep green tropical forests and the vast southern plains of Costa Rica, hundreds of strange stone spheres lie scattered like silent gatekeepers for a civilization that has vanished from the flow of history, known as Las Bolas, or the Diquís spheres. These stone artifacts have puzzled archaeologists for nearly a century. The first stone spheres were discovered in the 1930s when workers were clearing land to plant bananas for the United Fruit Company. To the astonishment of the laborers, each stone orb, large and small, emerged from the earth, some only the size of a volleyball, but others more than 2 meters in diameter and weighing up to 16 tons. They were carved from granodiorite, an extremely hard stone, using methods that even modern technology must admire for their roundness and the polished surface. Although many archaeological sites suggest the spheres may have appeared from around the year 600 AD to the 16th century, not a single ancient record mentions the process of their creation or their actual role in ancient society. Archaeologists believe the spheres belong to the Diquís culture, a once flourishing civilization that disappeared without a trace before the Spanish ever set foot in this land. Many different theories have been proposed to explain the existence of these stone spheres. Some people believe they were symbols of power or the cosmos, and that they were arranged according to constellations as a kind of ancient astronomical calendar. Some researchers think the spheres marked the boundaries of settlements or were objects used in religious ceremonies. Recent discoveries in excavated settlements show that, at times, the spheres were placed in front of the houses of the wealthy or chieftains to indicate their social status. However, all explanations remain speculation, as those who created the spheres left no written records or ancient texts behind. Over time, modern humans have unfortunately caused considerable damage to these stone spheres. In the 20th century, many spheres were moved to home gardens, parks, or even destroyed in the search for gold, as told in local legends. Only in recent decades have the Costa Rican government and UNESCO begun to recognize the World Heritage value of the spheres and promote more serious efforts at conservation and research. Today, the stone spheres of Costa Rica are not only evidence of a lost ancient civilization, but also serve as a reminder of the patience, painstaking effort, and boundless creativity of people in the past. They pose great questions to both science and imagination. How could a society without metal or even the wheel create and move such enormous stones with such precision? Are these spheres simply works of art, or do they contain a message that future generations have yet to understand? Number 62. The mystery of the impact crater on the moon. When people first turned their telescopes toward the night sky and looked at the moon, perhaps few noticed that on the far side of the moon exists a massive impact crater whose true origin scientists have still not been able to fully explain. This crater is more than 2,500 kilometers in diameter and far larger than any meteorite crater ever found on the surface of other planets in our solar system. For a long time, researchers believed that the large impact crater on the moon was the result of a tremendous collision with a giant meteorite billions of years ago. However, what has been discovered in recent surveys has left many people puzzled. Chinese probes have approached this region and collected mineral samples from the crater's floor. The results showed that the composition of the crater is made up almost entirely of minerals from the moon's crust, with no trace of material coming from the layer beneath. This finding has raised a host of questions about the true nature of the impact event. According to theory, if a meteorite was large enough to create a crater with a diameter of more than 2,500 kilometers, the force would have to punch through the moon's thin crust and pull material from deep within up to the surface. Yet in reality, that is not what happened. Every sample collected was made up only of material from the crust. It is as if there was an enormous collision, but it was only strong enough to break the outermost layer without exposing the deeper core inside. This mystery has led many scientists to start questioning whether the event that created the giant crater on the far side of the moon really happened in the way we have always believed. Some suggest that perhaps the impacting object struck at an extremely low angle or at an unusually slow speed, so it only destroyed the crust and didn't have enough force to reach the layer below. Other theories even say that this crater might be the last trace of a mysterious geological process, or the effect of some object whose true nature remains unknown to humankind. The mystery of the giant impact crater on the far side of the moon is still an unanswered question in astronomy. Even though modern technology has allowed people to get closer to the secrets of the universe, there are still things that seem to want to stay hidden in the darkness, waiting for future generations to continue the search. Number 63. Nikola Tesla and the hidden inventions. When people talk about the greatest inventors in human history, Nikola Tesla is always one of the first names mentioned. He was the man who changed the way people use and understand electricity, standing alone against the biggest corporations to defend alternating current technology. Tesla didn't stop there. He also invented the Tesla coil, wireless power transmission systems, electric motors, and many other devices that are still used today in science, engineering, and even in everyday life. Even though he lived in a time of fierce competition in the technology world, Tesla never stopped believing that his work would open a brighter future for humanity. For many, he was not just a scientist, but a symbol of unlimited creativity and the determination to overcome all adversity. But the life of Nikola Tesla was a long journey of ups and downs, with successes mixed with failures. Although he was once famous all over the world, Tesla's last years passed quietly and in poverty. He lived alone in a small room at the New Yorker hotel, feeding pigeons every day and continuing to work on ideas he believed could change the fate of humankind. When Tesla died in 1943, he left behind a huge collection of documents, including drawings, notes, experimental models, and inventions that had never been published. What's remarkable is that just a few hours after his death, FBI agents, and later the CIA, appeared and confiscated all of his papers, manuscripts, and equipment related to his inventions. This has led to many questions about why the US government was so interested in Tesla's notes. Many people believe that among the seized documents were designs for a directed energy weapon that Tesla once called the death ray, a device capable of emitting a powerful beam of energy that could destroy a target from a great distance. Tesla himself claimed he could create an invisible wall to protect any city from all outside threats. This technology sounds a lot like the Golden Dome system that was recently announced. Because of these bold claims, Tesla became the focus of attention not only in the scientific community, but also among security agencies and the military. Although there is no evidence that the death ray was ever successfully built, the obsession with this weapon has persisted for generations, especially during the Cold War and the arms race between world powers. Tesla was known not only for his inventions in electricity, but also for his dedication to studying how vibration affects human health. He discovered that when the body is exposed to certain mechanical vibrations, blood circulation and metabolism improve noticeably. Tesla once invented a small device that created continuous vibrations, and he believed it could help people improve digestion, reduce pain, and sleep better. Today, the idea of vibration therapy that Tesla pioneered is being revisited by modern scientists. Recent experiments have shown that using vibration at the right frequency can help wounds heal faster, new tissue grow more quickly, and even have a positive effect on the nervous system. Many laboratories around the world are starting to apply this therapy to treat patients, bringing new hope to those with chronic illnesses or recovering from injuries. Even though many of Tesla's inventions and records are still hidden somewhere in secret archives, the legacy he left behind continues to inspire generations of scientists. Tesla stands as a symbol of daring to dream big, daring to be different, and fighting for what you believe in, even when the whole world turns its back on you. Number 64. The mystery of the Rock Lake Pyramids, an underwater lost city in Wisconsin. Thousands of years ago, when dense forests and grasslands still covered what is now Wisconsin, a mysterious civilization is said to have built stone pyramids deep beneath the waters of Rock Lake. Near the town of Lake Mills, the Rock Lake Pyramids have become one of the most controversial archaeological mysteries in America. The story begins in 1900, when brothers Claude and Lee Wilson, out duck hunting, discovered strange stone formations at the bottom of Rock Lake. They described these structures as resembling pyramids or mounds rising from the lake's floor, nearly 18 meters deep. But it wasn't until 1936, when diver Victor Taylor went public with his claim of having seen 3 or 4 underwater pyramids, that the mystery really caught attention. Taylor even hired 3 young men to dive with him, and one reported seeing hieroglyphic-like symbols on the stones, though the other 2 could not confirm it. According to reports, these blocks were about 6 meters tall, 6 meters wide, and stacked with mortar like artificial structures. Curiously, Rock Lake is just 5 kilometers from the Aztalan site. Could these pyramids be connected to Aztalan, or are they the legacy of an entirely different civilization? The mystery of the Rock Lake Pyramids comes from the conflict between the claims of discoverers and scientific evidence. Supporters like Frank Joseph Collins, author of The Lost Pyramids of Rock Lake, believe these are pyramids built by the Aztecs or some ancient civilization when lake levels were lower. Some modern sonar reports have described pyramid-shaped, conical, and even human-shaped structures up to 60 meters long at the bottom of the lake. However, former Wisconsin state archaeologist Bob Birmingham calls such claims nonsense. According to him, these are just natural rock piles left by glaciers 1,000,000 years ago. Rock Lake was formed by glaciers, and its bottom is filled with rounded boulders, not human-made structures. But if these are only natural stones, why do divers and sonar devices repeatedly detect symmetrical shapes? The purpose of these pyramids is also an unresolved question. Victor Taylor once believed they were altars to the rain god, built by the Aztecs during a drought when water levels were low. Another theory suggests they are the remains of an ancient city, similar to Cahokia, a major Mississippian cultural center in Illinois. Nearby Aztlan, with its pyramid-shaped earthen mounds dating from the 11th to 13th centuries, is thought to have been Cahokia's northern outpost. Could the structures beneath Rock Lake be an extension of Aztlan, drowned by rising water? Or are they relics of a civilization never recorded in history, as some native legends tell of an underwater city? Yet to this day, no artifacts or cultural evidence have been found to support any of these theories. Sonar surveys by diver Rick Kruger indicate that the lake bottom shows very little sign of human activity, unlike other Madison area lakes. Still, pyramid theorists continue to report large, distinct structures using modern sonar. One major challenge is that underwater conditions in Rock Lake make verification extremely difficult. Furthermore, Frank Joseph Collins himself has faced controversy and criticism for lacking clear scientific evidence. The fate of the Rock Lake pyramids only adds to the intrigue. Though not recognized by mainstream science, they have become a cultural symbol in Lake Mills, appearing on the town logo, in business names, and at community events. Explorations, from free diving in the 1,932nd to modern sonar technology, have yet to provide any convincing proof. Today, Rock Lake remains a popular destination for fishing and boating, but the pyramids are still out of reach for mainstream archaeology. Some even link them to theories about ancient aliens, though there is no scientific basis for such ideas. Will future efforts finally solve this mystery, or will Rock Lake forever keep its secrets beneath the water? Number 65. The Yonaguni Monument, ruins beneath the Sea of Japan. Yonaguni is a remote island at the far southern tip of Japan, not far from Taiwan. The island is known for its crystal blue sea, steep cliffs, and a peaceful pace of life that seems completely cut off from the modern world. But just beneath those calm waters lies a story that makes anyone stop and wonder. It all began in 1986, when a local diving guide named Kihachiro Aratake was searching for a new diving spot to attract tourists and happened to discover a massive stone structure on the seabed. At first, Aratake only noticed a large, dark area on the sandy bottom, but the deeper he dove, the more he realized he was looking at something extraordinary. Huge stone blocks arranged in a strange pattern, as if the ruins of an ancient city had sunk beneath the waves long ago. This discovery quickly caught the attention of the scientific community. Professor Masaki Kimura of the University of the Ryukyus spent many years studying the area. What he and his colleagues found astonished the world. The structure features wide stone steps, high stone platforms like plazas, long corridors carved into the rock, and large holes resembling doors or windows. According to Kimura, this could not be the work of nature. He believes Yonaguni is a surviving remnant of a prehistoric civilization, possibly existing more than 10,000 years ago, meaning it would be even older than the pyramids of Egypt or Stonehenge in England. He claims to have found strange symbols and patterns carved into the rock, possibly the traces of a lost written language. Kimura also suggests that the whole area is part of a larger architectural complex, with roads, temples, and religious structures. However, not everyone agrees with Kimura. Many other geologists, such as Professor Robert Schoch of Boston University, believe that what is seen at Yonaguni can be entirely explained by natural geological processes. The sandstone here is easily eroded by strong ocean currents and the movement of tectonic plates beneath the seabed, which can create steps, sharp angles, and corridors that only seem to be man-made. They also point out that unless distinctive cultural artifacts like pottery, metal tools, or the remains of villages are found nearby, it's impossible to conclude this is an ancient city, because such evidence is essential for anything built by humans. In fact, there are other places in the world where nature has created similar formations, like the Giant's Causeway in Ireland or Bimini Road in the Bahamas. For this reason, Yonaguni has become a hot topic of debate between two opposing views. One side believes it is a remnant of a forgotten civilization, possibly tied to legends of the lost continents of Mu or Lemuria. The other side sees it simply as a miracle of nature, a strange coincidence of geology and time. What do you think? Could Yonaguni really exist as an ancient man-made structure? If so, would human history need to be rewritten? Number 66. Lost Civilization of Doggerland, Europe's Atlantis. Imagine a distant time, when the North Sea was not an endless expanse of water, but a fertile land. That place was called Doggerland, a lost world that once connected England to continental Europe, a land so beautiful that many people have called it the Atlantis of Europe. Then, in a terrifying event, the sea levels rose and a massive tsunami swallowed everything, leaving behind only vague stories beneath the ocean floor. Doggerland stretched from what is now Scotland to the Netherlands, a vast region of green meadows, winding rivers, dense forests, and flooded marshlands. Named after Doggerbank, a sandbank beneath the North Sea, this land was once a paradise for Mesolithic hunter-gatherers. They hunted mammoths, reindeer, and red deer, fished in lakes, and foraged for berries and chestnuts. Archaeological finds, such as a 13,000-year-old spear point made from deer antler discovered in 1931, or fragments of human skulls bearing traces of burial rituals, show that a flourishing culture once existed here. But what happened to this beautiful land? When the last ice age ended about 10000 BC, melting ice caused sea levels to rise, gradually encroaching on the lowlands of Doggerland. Around 8,200 years ago, a giant tsunami triggered by the Storegga submarine landslide off the coast of Norway submerged Doggerland underwater. Some researchers believe that the northern regions of Doggerland may have survived for several more centuries thanks to the protection of hills and forests. But by 5500 BC, the North Sea had swallowed all the remaining high ground. The mystery of Doggerland has captivated both archaeologists and dreamers alike. Was this sunken land the Atlantis that the philosopher Plato described? Although this theory is controversial, Doggerland's vast plains are very similar to those in the legends of a lost civilization. Others see Doggerland as a warning, reminding us of the power of nature and the threat of climate change. Countless artifacts, mammoth tusks, flint tools, even fossilized footprints, have been pulled up from the bottom of the North Sea, each one like a faint glimmer from a vanished world. In 2019, researchers discovered a submerged forest here, fueling hope of finding settlements preserved beneath the mud. But despite all the discoveries, no clear traces of Doggerland's villages or cities have yet been found. For centuries, Doggerland was forgotten, known only when 19th century fishermen began hauling strange relics from the sea. Today, archaeologists use seismic data from oil companies to redraw the map of this land, while amateur treasure hunters scour Dutch beaches in search of fossils and tools. But the more that is discovered, the more questions arise. Was Doggerland merely a land bridge, or was it once a center of culture and trade in Mesolithic Europe? And what lesson does its disappearance hold for us as rising sea levels threaten today's coastal cities? The story of Doggerland is not just about a lost land. It is a haunting reminder of humanity's fragility before the forces of nature, and a challenge to uncover the secrets that still lie hidden beneath the North Sea. Number 67. The Devil's Footprints in East Devon, a mystery in the snow. On the 9th of February, 1855, when people in the rural area of East Devon began their day as usual, they quickly realized that something was not right. Across the pristine white snow, a series of strange footprints had appeared overnight. These tracks ran through small village streets, across fields, over rooftops, even climbing high walls, and slipping into narrow water pipes. The footprints didn't resemble any animal the locals had ever seen. They looked like split hooves, arranged in a perfectly straight line that stretched through more than 30 villages and small towns. No one could explain where they had come from or how they could cross obstacles that no ordinary person or animal could pass. The footprints were hoof-shaped, each print about 10 centimeters long and almost 8 centimeters wide. What amazed everyone was that the prints didn't stop at flat surfaces. They appeared on snow-covered rooftops, climbed over fences, and crossed walls up to 4 meters high. In some places, the tracks led into water pipes no bigger than a wrist, only to appear again on the other side, as if their maker could change shape or vanish into thin air. Word spread fast. Many believed they were witnessing the marks of Satan himself, since split hooves had long been a symbol of the devil in the Bible. Fear quickly spread through the churches, and preachers spoke out, warning their congregations about the punishment of God and urging them to be careful. Within just a few days, not only locals but also scientists and the curious from other places flocked to East Devon to see and study the phenomenon firsthand. Many groups walked for miles, trying to follow the tracks, but no one could complete their journey in a single day. Witnesses described the prints in different ways. Some said they looked like donkey hooves, others compared them to the marks left by wooden clogs, but all agreed that the footprints were deeply strange. Several scientific theories were suggested. The biologist Richard Owen thought the tracks might have been left by hungry badgers foraging in the winter night, but badgers cannot climb walls, walk on rooftops, or squeeze through tiny pipes. Later, researcher Mike Dash analyzed original records and proposed that the prints could be the result of field mice hopping across the snow, leaving marks that looked like hooves, but he also admitted that mice could never travel such a great distance in a single night. Meanwhile, biologist Graham Inglis drew parallels to the footprints of hares found in North Devon in 2009, but hares also can't move so far and so steadily or cross so many obstacles. Those who believe in the supernatural claimed it was the devil's prank or even real evidence of the devil's presence. This fear was strengthened by the strict religious atmosphere of the time, when anything unexplainable was blamed on evil forces or seen as an act of God. Another, bolder theory was that the footprints could have been left by an alien creature or a UFO landing, but nobody in the area reported seeing strange lights or flying objects that night, and there was no evidence beyond pure speculation. Some people thought it might have been a clever hoax. Perhaps someone used a special tool to make the prints and scare the entire countryside. But for anyone to do that over more than 100 kilometers of difficult terrain, in freezing weather, and not leave a single trace other than the prints themselves, seems even harder to believe. Nearly 2 centuries have passed, and the mystery of the devil's footprints in East Devon has never been fully explained. The event has become part of local legend, and for the people living there, this story is still told and retold every winter. Were the prints just a prank, or are they the tracks of a mysterious creature never before recorded? Some still believe it was a message from the distant stars, while others think they are just animal footprints, exaggerated over generations. But one thing is certain, the story of the devil's footprints remains an unsolved mystery. Number 68. The tiny coffins at Arthur's Seat, Scotland. On a July day in 1836, on the ancient hillside of Arthur's Seat in Edinburgh, 3 young boys, lost in play among the grass and moss-covered rocks, stumbled upon a mysterious crack in the stone, a place few adults ever noticed. When they curiously lifted the large, flat stones stacked on top of each other, they could not have imagined that what waited beneath would be such a strange treasure that even today, the world has yet to explain. Hidden deep in the crevice were 17 tiny coffins, each carefully crafted from Scottish pine, with snug-fitting lids, and inside each one lay a wooden doll, dressed in handmade clothes, just like a miniature person lying quietly in its own tiny coffin. No one knows who made these coffins, or what reason led them to be hidden in such a remote place as Arthur's Seat. As news spread through the city, many theories began to emerge, ranging from the chilling to the tragic. Some believed these were offerings used in dark magical rituals, for Scotland has long been famous for its legends of witches and curses passed down from one generation to the next. Others thought this was simply a way to honor unlucky sailors who died at sea without the chance to return home, as the Scottish people have always valued tradition and the sending off of loved ones to the next world, even if only through a symbolic ceremony. But the theory that sends chills down most people's spines is linked to a notorious case that once shook Edinburgh at the start of the 19th century. The Burke and Hare murders were the most infamous serial killings in Scotland, where 2 men murdered 17 innocent victims and sold the bodies to universities for medical research. Many researchers believe the 17 tiny coffins were created as a substitute burial for these lost souls, people who were denied the chance of a proper resting place in keeping with tradition. However, no matter how many theories exist, to this day, the real purpose behind these little coffins is still lost in the fog of history. What's remarkable is that nearly 2 centuries later, only 8 of the original 17 coffins remain intact, and they are now displayed with great care at the National Museum of Scotland. These tiny coffins continue to attract the curiosity of visitors and have become the subject of study for historians, archaeologists, and even those who believe in the supernatural. Every year, thousands come to see the small wooden dolls lying quietly in their old coffins, and everyone wonders what compelled someone to create each detail so carefully, only to hide them in silence beneath the foot of an ancient hill. Number 69. Unfinished Obelisk of Aswan, the Abandoned Monument. More than 3,500 years ago, in the fiery red granite quarries beside the Nile, the ancient Egyptians embarked on an ambitious mission to create a gigantic obelisk, larger than any monument ever raised. But before this masterpiece could be completed, a mysterious crack forced it to be abandoned in the quarry, where it remains to this day. How could the ancients carve such a massive block of stone with only primitive tools? And why did they abandon such an ambitious project? Located in the northern quarry of Aswan, about 2 kilometers from the city center, the unfinished obelisk is the remnant of extraordinary ambition. It is believed to have been commissioned by Queen Hatshepsut during the 18th dynasty for placement at the Karnak temple. If completed, this obelisk would have stood 75 meters tall, twice the height of standard obelisks like those at Karnak, and weighed about 1,200 tons, equivalent to 200 African elephants. Carved directly from the red granite, the famous hard stone of Aswan, the obelisk has 3 faces already finished, with smooth and precise lines. What makes this obelisk special are the clues it leaves behind about how the Egyptians carved and transported such enormous stones. Archaeologists have discovered that they used dolerite balls to pound and smooth the surfaces. To separate the obelisk from the bedrock, they drilled small holes along the cutting line and inserted dry wooden wedges, then poured water to make the wood expand and crack the stone along the intended path. A 2005 discovery at the Aswan quarry even found an unfinished obelisk base and rock carvings, suggesting this was the birthplace of many famous obelisks, such as Cleopatra's Needle in London and blocks used for the Giza pyramids. But why was this project abandoned? According to records, a major crack appeared in the granite, causing the stoneworkers to give up the endeavor. But the story does not end with a single crack. Some scholars believe the crack may have resulted from quarrying errors, or perhaps the granite in this area had natural flaws. However, bolder theories have surfaced. The obelisk may be connected to a catastrophic event, such as an earthquake or a major social disruption during Hatshepsut's reign. Some even speculate that this monument is the remnant of a more advanced civilization, with obelisks serving as space antennas linked to the constellations. While there is no scientific evidence for this, such ideas continue to circulate, especially as archaeologists have noted that the obelisk was designed to resemble the Benben, the primordial mound in Egyptian creation mythology, where the sun god Atum stood to create the world. Another mystery is the scale of the project. With a weight of 1,200 tons, this obelisk would have been the largest stone ever handled by the Egyptians. How did they plan to transport it over 200 kilometers to Karnak, when the boats on the Nile could hardly bear such weight? Records suggest they used wooden rafts and took advantage of the summer floods to move the stone, but there are no specific accounts for this particular obelisk. Some scholars believe Hatshepsut's ambition may have surpassed the technical capabilities of her time. Yet, the fact that 3 sides of the obelisk were nearly finished shows they came very close to success before the crack appeared. Was there something else, such as a curse or a political event, that brought the project to a halt? The unfinished obelisk of Aswan stands as a testament to the boldness of the ancient Egyptians, but it is also a reminder that even the greatest civilizations have their limits. Is the crack in the granite simply a sign of a technical mistake, or a warning sent by the gods? Number 70. The Betts Sphere, an unsolved mystery in modern America. In 1974, the Betts family went out to inspect their property after a small forest fire. They never imagined that, in a single moment of chance while looking down at the ground, they would discover an object that would completely change their once quiet lives. It was a metallic sphere about the size of a bowling ball with a perfectly smooth, shiny surface, as if it had just been meticulously polished. There were no cracks, no welds, or any details that suggested it had ever been part of any modern machine. They picked up the sphere, curious, and brought it home, setting it in their living room. Everything truly began when, one afternoon, Terry Betts was playing the guitar and noticed that the sphere vibrated slightly and gave off a steady echo, as if something inside was moving. After that, more strange things kept happening, astonishing the entire family. They started to realize that this sphere was like nothing they had ever seen before. Sometimes, the sphere would roll across the floor all by itself. Sometimes it would spin in place, then suddenly stop, or it would roll right up to the edge of a glass table but never fall off, almost as if it was being guided by some invisible system controlling its every move. Most curiously, on sunny days, the sphere seemed to become even more active, giving off strange vibrations that everyone in the family could feel when standing nearby. It didn't take long for the story of the mysterious sphere to spread beyond the family and their small neighborhood, slowly attracting the attention of scientists, military representatives, and even UFO researchers. They brought the most advanced equipment to examine the sphere, hoping to unlock the secrets behind the phenomena no one had ever seen before. Experts found that inside the sphere were 2 mysterious round cores, surrounded by a dense layer of material that modern science had never identified on Earth. The sphere even had 4 magnetic poles instead of just 2, as you'd expect from an ordinary magnetic object. After careful analysis, some scientists dared to suggest that the structure of the bet sphere was far beyond anything known to human knowledge or technology. They speculated that it might be a surveillance device or a research object from an extraterrestrial civilization that humanity had never encountered before. These theories quickly set off heated debates across scientific forums and among those fascinated by unsolved mysteries. What's more, one expert even warned that if anyone tried to break open the metal shell, the strange materials inside could explode with a force equal to a small atomic bomb, enough to endanger the whole surrounding area. After these warnings, the bet sphere suddenly disappeared from public attention. No one knows where it was taken, who possesses it now, or if it still exists somewhere in a secret location. The Betts family gradually withdrew from the curiosity of the world, holding onto the memory of a brief time when the entire world was captivated by a mysterious object that appeared out of nowhere in their small home. Number 71. The mystery of Aaron Valente's death and the simulation hypothesis. In 2019, the American tech world was shocked by the sudden death of Aaron Valente, a young CEO who had been considered talented and full of passion. In just a few short days, Aaron went from being a leader with a stable life to becoming the central figure in one of the most baffling mysteries of the decade. She disappeared while on a business trip to Silicon Valley, and nobody could reach her, even though her family tried again and again. Relatives said that, before vanishing, Aaron repeatedly called home, and in every call, she kept saying strange things like, "Everything is just a game. It's all an experiment in thought." And most notably, she insisted, "We're living in a matrix, just like the movie The Matrix." Her words left her family worried and confused, because until then, Aaron had been strong and had never shown any sign of psychological trouble. Days of anxious searching went by for her family, friends, and colleagues, until the police finally announced they had found Aaron. She was dead in her own car, parked on a quiet street in San Jose. There were no signs of violence, and no farewell note was left behind. Every clue was shrouded in strange uncertainty. Aaron's family kept questioning how the authorities handled the case, believing there were many inconsistencies, and even suspecting the investigation was neither transparent nor thorough. Aaron Valente's death quickly went beyond being just another mysterious disappearance and became a topic of heated debate in both the scientific and philosophical communities. Many began to question the boundary between reality and illusion, as Aaron's last words matched uncannily with the "we are living in a computer simulation" hypothesis that many famous philosophers and physicists have discussed. The most prominent analysis comes from Professor Nick Bostrom, who argued that if technology ever becomes advanced enough to create realistic simulated universes, then the chances are high that we ourselves are simply characters inside some vast computer system. Scientists such as Melvin Vopson have added to this idea, pointing out that the physical principles of information and entropy might be evidence that the universe operates like a gigantic computer, governed by its own rules and limitations. Some believe that, perhaps before she died, Aaron had glimpsed some dark corner of consciousness, an abrupt awakening that let her see the world around her in a way totally different from what most people believe is reality. To this day, the real cause behind Aaron Valente's death remains a mystery without any final answer. The questions about reality, about perception, and about the limits humanity faces continue to echo quietly in the wake of every similar story. Aaron Valente left behind not only a haunting disappearance, but also a deeper doubt about the very world we live in, a world where the line between real and unreal might be thinner than we ever thought. Number 72. Kailasa Temple, the megastructure carved from a mountain. Thousands of years ago, when humanity still knew nothing of modern machines, a miracle of architecture was carved out of solid rock in India. Kailasa Temple, hidden within the Ellora cave complex, is not only a monumental structure, but also a mystery that challenges everything we think we know about the capabilities of ancient people. Nestled in the Charnandri hills of Maharashtra, India, Kailasa Temple is the largest monolithic stone structure in the world. Unlike the Egyptian pyramids, which were built from millions of blocks stacked together, Kailasa was carved entirely from a single massive basalt rock, its dimensions twice that of the Parthenon in Athens. The structure stands over 30 meters high, stretches 300 meters long, and spans 175 meters wide, all surrounded by a U-shaped courtyard plunging 50 meters deep. What astonishes people most is the method of construction. The craftsmen started from the mountaintop and cut downward, a technique that goes against all conventional building practices. They removed more than 4,000,000 tons of rock using nothing but simple hammers and chisels, creating a temple with unbelievably intricate carvings. Every corner of Kailasa Temple is a work of art. The stone walls are covered with carvings depicting Shiva, Vishnu, and other deities. One of the most outstanding reliefs shows the demon king Ravana trying to lift Mount Kailasa, the abode of Shiva, which is considered a masterpiece of Indian art. Archaeologists have even discovered more than 30 million Sanskrit characters carved into the rock, most of which remain untranslated. Could these inscriptions be hiding a message from the past? According to historians, Kailasa Temple was built in the 8th century under the reign of King Krishna I of the Rashtrakuta dynasty. A local legend tells that the queen prayed to Shiva to cure her husband's illness and vowed to fast until she could see the temple's tower completed. To save her, an architect named Kokasa promised to finish the top of the temple within a week by starting to carve from the top down. This legend may be only folklore, but one thing is certain: the Kailasa Temple was completed at a staggering pace, in just 18 years. How could such a gigantic structure have been finished so quickly with the technology of that era? But the mystery does not end there. Some researchers believe Kailasa may be far older than we think. Could a civilization more than 1,200 years ago really achieve such a feat with only hammers and chisels? Some bold theories propose that the temple could be the product of a forgotten, advanced civilization, or even linked to technologies far beyond our understanding. Traces of drilling on the stone and almost perfectly straight cuts have led some to speculate about the involvement of alien technology. Another theory suggests that Kailasa was the result of large-scale collaboration between artisans from many different regions. Archaeologists believe that craftsmen from the Chalukya and Pallava dynasties contributed South Indian architectural styles to the project. Yet even this theory cannot explain why there are no traces of large construction tools or nearby quarry sites. Was the knowledge required to build Kailasa passed down through generations, or was it lost along with its creators? Strangely enough, Kailasa Temple was once nearly destroyed. In the 17th century, the Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb ordered 1,000 men to demolish the temple. After 3 years of effort, they succeeded only in making a few scratches and destroying some small statues before giving up. The hardness of the basalt and the solidity of the structure made this attempt a complete failure. Kailasa Temple stands as a testament to human power and creativity, or perhaps to something even greater. But like many other mysteries in history, Kailasa keeps its secrets locked away, challenging us to continue searching for the truth hidden deep within the stone. Number 73. The Legend of the Beast of Dean in the Dark Forest of England. In the western part of England, there is an old forest called the Forest of Dean. This is a place where darkness seems to linger over narrow paths winding beneath thick trees, and the constant fog makes everything even more mysterious. It is here that a legend has been told and retold for generations, about a strange creature known locally as the Beast of Dean. And since the early 19th century, stories about this beast have spread across the region. People said they saw an enormous animal, looking like a wild boar but twice the usual size, with shiny black fur, long sharp tusks, and a pair of burning red eyes that glowed in the darkness. Locals described hearing its roars echoing through the woods on quiet nights, making the whole area go silent as everyone listened. On stormy days, huge, unusual footprints would appear around gardens torn up and fences smashed for reasons no one could explain. Season after season, more people claimed their livestock had been attacked in the night. Pastures were dug up, and strange tracks were left on the ground, like a challenge from some invisible force that no one could control. Some even dared to take weapons into the woods to hunt the beast, but when they fired their guns, nothing happened. The creature seemed completely untouched by bullets. As the years passed, the story of the Beast of Dean only grew more mysterious. With every telling, people added new details and passed the tale along as part of the region's memory. Some researchers later suggested that the legend might have started with wild boars or lost domestic pigs that turned feral and grew larger and more aggressive after living in the wild. Over time, these real animals became the foundation for stories about a monster that was immune to weapons and far stronger than any ordinary beast. But as belief and fear spread, it became impossible to say where fact ended and myth began. People only knew that the story had become a part of daily life and an unforgettable piece of English folklore. Number 75. Lost Library of Alexandria. History's greatest intellectual loss. Situated in the heart of Alexandria, a city founded by Alexander the Great around 330 BC, the Library of Alexandria was the intellectual center of the ancient world. Built during the reign of Ptolemy I Soter and reaching its height under Ptolemy II Philadelphus in the 3rd century BC, this library was part of the Mausoleon, the Temple of the Muses, where the greatest scholars, poets, and scientists of the time gathered. It is estimated that the library housed between 200,000,700,000 papyrus scrolls, including the works of Homer, Plato, Aristotle, and countless other texts from Greece, Persia, Egypt, and India. Not merely a repository, the Mautian was a vibrant academic community where Euclid laid the foundations of geometry, Eratosthenes calculated the circumference of the Earth with remarkable precision, and Archimedes invented creations that changed the world. But what made the Library of Alexandria truly special was not just the sheer number of books. The Ptolemaic dynasty sent people all over the world to collect manuscripts, even borrowing books from ships docking at the port to copy them before returning. The library had a team of renowned librarians, such as Aristarchus of Samothrace, who standardized the texts of Homer. The scrolls were carefully organized, translated into Greek, and stored in marble-floored rooms. Today, however, no architectural traces of the library remain, and what we know of it is pieced together only from ancient records. So what destroyed this great treasure trove of knowledge? The story of the Library of Alexandria's downfall is shrouded in legend and controversy. Many believe that a devastating fire destroyed the entire library, but the truth is far more complex. One of the first suspects is Julius Caesar. In 48 BC, during his war with Pompey, Caesar ordered the burning of Egyptian ships in the port of Alexandria. The fire spread to the shore, destroying part of the city and, according to some accounts, burning as many as 4,000,000 scrolls. Yet, historians such as Strabo, who visited Alexandria afterward, still describe the library as a surviving institution, suggesting it was not completely destroyed. Another theory involves the 4th century AD, when Christianity became the official religion of the Roman Empire. Emperor Theodosius I issued a decree to destroy pagan temples, including the Serapeum, a temple in Alexandria that housed a daughter library of the main library. Some even blame the Muslim conquest in 642 AD, with the story that General Amr ibn al-As burned the books to heat the city's baths. However, this account appears only in 13th century Islamic texts, leading many scholars to doubt its authenticity. Modern historians believe that the Library of Alexandria gradually declined over many centuries. From the 2nd century BC, the Ptolemaic dynasty weakened and support for the library diminished. Wars, internal strife, and Alexandria's decline as a cultural center all contributed to the library's fall into oblivion. So what did we lose? No one knows for sure, but the decline of the Library of Alexandria is considered one of the greatest intellectual disasters in history. The works of Sappho, Euclid, or Aristotle may have been lost as unique originals. Some speculate that the library contained texts on mathematics, astronomy, or engineering that could have accelerated scientific progress if preserved. Bolder theories suggest the library held knowledge from even older civilizations, such as Babylon, or from legendary civilizations now forgotten. But some believe that many important works were copied and preserved in other libraries before the Great Library's fall. If those papyrus scrolls had survived, would we now be living in a more advanced world? Or have their secrets been passed on, hidden in other libraries, still waiting to be discovered? Number 76. Nazi gold and the Vatican Bank. After World War II, many secrets began to emerge from documents, testimonies, and years-long investigations. Among them was the revelation that the Vatican Bank had been involved in storing and transporting gold stolen by the Croatian fascist regime. The story began in 1946, when an agent from the United States Treasury Department issued an internal memorandum. In it, he alleged that a large quantity of gold had been brought from Europe into the Vatican, not for charity or religious purposes, but to help former members of the Ustash regime, the fascist rulers of Croatia during the war, escape prosecution. According to this document, the gold was believed to have been stolen from Jews, Serbs, Romani, and other minority communities during the years the Ustaše were in power. A portion of that gold was transferred to the Vatican Bank and then used to fund escape routes leading to South America or Spain, where many former fascists spent the rest of their lives without ever facing trial. Many years later, in 1997, Gowan's memorandum resurfaced, this time in the context of a class action lawsuit filed by victims and their families in the United States. They demanded that the Vatican return the assets stolen from their families during the war. However, the lawsuit went nowhere. The court dismissed the case, ruling that the Vatican was immune from civil lawsuits in the United States. This is a difficult subject because it raises questions not just about history, but also about morality. If the allegations are true, then the Vatican was once connected to the silent flow of stolen assets during one of humanity's darkest periods. To this day, the Vatican has never officially acknowledged any responsibility for the gold. and the records about the incident have never been fully released. But for many people, the important thing is not an apology, but transparency, to know what truly happened, and to close a chapter of history that remains unresolved. Number 77, one of the earliest alien abduction cases, Antonio Villas-Boas. In 1957, at a time when stories about extraterrestrial beings were still new to most of the world, something happened in a quiet, rural area of Brazil that continues to send chills down people's spines even today. This story began with Antonio Villas-Boas, a young farmer living a simple life with his family, who never imagined he would become the central figure in one of the first alien abduction cases ever recorded in modern history. That night, while Antonio was working alone in the fields, a strange red light suddenly appeared in the distant sky. It grew brighter and moved closer to him. At first, Antonio thought it was just a star or perhaps some ordinary flying object, but within minutes, he realized this was unlike anything he had ever seen before. According to Antonio's account, the glowing object quickly landed in the middle of the field, and from inside, a group of small beings with unusual shapes emerged. They wore tight-fitting uniforms and moved with incredible agility. Antonio tried to run back toward his tractor, but the engine suddenly died and would not start again. Before he could resist, the beings overpowered him and dragged him inside the craft. Antonio recalled with perfect clarity the feeling of fear and helplessness as he was brought into a space that was completely unfamiliar. He was stripped of his clothes and covered in a strange liquid that made his entire body go numb and unable to move. After that, Antonio was taken into a dimly lit room and forced to breathe a kind of gas that left him too weak to fight back. The story grew even stranger when Antonio said that he then encountered a being with the form of a female, who also looked nothing like a normal person. This being came close to him without saying a word, communicating only through her eyes, and forced Antonio to participate in an experience that he himself could not fully explain. The whole ordeal was a mix of terror and helplessness. When it was over, the beings dressed Antonio and took him out of the craft, leaving him alone in the field, exhausted, disoriented, and in shock. When he returned home, Antonio discovered many bruises on his body and began to show symptoms similar to poisoning or exposure to strong radiation. Antonio Villas-Boas's story quickly spread throughout Brazil and beyond South America, becoming one of the first alien abduction cases ever reported by the press and UFO researchers. Many skeptics claimed it was all a product of imagination or a hoax designed to attract attention, but quite a few researchers pointed out that details from Antonio's account matched mysterious incidents reported later in other countries, especially the sudden loss of power and the physical symptoms that appeared after contact with unknown beings. Even now, there is no scientific proof to fully confirm what Antonio experienced, but his story remains one of the most vivid legends about UFOs and the unexplained mysteries of outer space that humanity still cannot solve. Number 78, Roman dodecahedrons, ancient objects with no explanation. Since their first discovery in 1739 at Aston, England, more than 130 Roman dodecahedrons have been found across northwestern Europe, from England, France, and Germany to Hungary and Switzerland. But, strangely, not a single one has ever been found in the heart of Rome itself. These objects, most often made from bronze alloys, have a 12-sided regular shape, with each face being a pentagon featuring a circular hole in the center, with the size of the holes ranging from 6 mm to 40 mm. At every corner, there is a small knob protruding outward, as if each piece was meticulously cast for a special purpose. Their sizes range from as small as a golf ball to as large as a grapefruit, with weights varying from 35 grams to over 1 kilogram. What makes these dodecahedrons remarkable is the sophistication of their craftsmanship. Casting such a complex object in the 2nd to 4th centuries AD would have required advanced metallurgical skills and significant resources, suggesting that these were not ordinary items. Many dodecahedrons have been found together with hoards of coins, indicating that they held considerable value for their owners. Yet, when it comes to practical use, they do not seem to be working tools. So what exactly were they? Dozens of theories have been proposed to unravel this mystery, but none has ever been proven. One of the most popular ideas is that dodecahedrons may have been religious objects or used in rituals, especially within the Gallo-Roman culture, where Romans interacted with Celtic tribes in northern Europe. Some archaeologists believe they were used in magical or prophetic ceremonies, possibly kept secret because Roman law under Christianity banned such magical practices. The fact that a dodecahedron was discovered in the tomb of a woman in Belgium and near a horseman statue in Norton, Disney, lends further weight to this theory. Could these objects have been a medium for communication with the gods? Another theory proposes that dodecahedrons were measuring tools, perhaps used to calculate distance on the battlefield or measure the angle of sunlight for agriculture. However, the lack of standardization in the size and holes of these objects casts doubt on this explanation. The mystery deepens when considering their absence in Roman records. Not a single document or illustration ever mentions dodecahedrons. Were they so common that no one bothered to write about them, or were they so secret that only a select few ever knew of their existence? Some researchers even speculate that they may have been related to forbidden rituals, which would explain why they appear only in the outskirts of the empire. Today, Roman dodecahedrons are scattered across museums throughout Europe, from the Lincoln Museum in England to the Gallo-Roman Museum in Belgium, each one a reminder of the secrets the Roman Empire took with it. Number 79. The mystery of the money pit and the inscribed stone on Oak Island. At the end of the 18th century, on a small island off the coast of Nova Scotia in Canada, 3 young men set out on an adventure that no one could have predicted would continue for centuries. They came across a patch of ground where the trees had been disturbed, and right under the roots of an old tree, there were signs that someone might have once buried treasure there. They started digging, and the deeper they went, the more astonished they became, as they kept finding layers of timber set neatly on top of each other, each level spaced about 10 feet apart. When the group reached a depth of about 30 feet, they discovered old pieces of wood mixed with strange materials buried in the soil, but there was absolutely no sign of treasure or anything valuable. Still, the legend of pirate gangs that once roamed these waters drove them to keep digging, even as the work grew more dangerous and difficult. Years later, other expeditions came to Oak Island, each digging deeper into the ground, hoping to solve the mystery that the 3 young men had uncovered so long ago. The highlight of this search came when a group of diggers found a large stone inscribed with strange symbols that, to this day, no one has been able to fully decipher. According to some researchers, the markings on the stone might be a coded message pointing to treasure hidden underground, while others believe it is simply a distraction created centuries ago. Many different theories have been put forward, but no one has found a final answer, and the legendary treasure of Oak Island has never been revealed. The legend of the Money Pit is not just the story of a single island. It is a symbol of humanity's endless desire for discovery and the mysteries that remain unsolved. Countless expeditions armed with the most advanced technology have come here, but not a single one has ever managed to find the treasure. Number 80. The Haunted Room, 428 at Ohio University. When it comes to famous supernatural mysteries, it's impossible not to mention room 428-inch Wilson Hall at Ohio University. This is an old school located in Athens, Ohio, built in the early 19th century and connected to generations of students over the years. But among its quiet hallways, room 428 has become the center of chilling stories that have persisted for decades. What sets room 428 apart is the series of unexplained events that have happened here, events that remain unsolved to this day. Many years ago, when Wilson Hall first opened, a young student died in room 428 under extremely mysterious circumstances. No one knows exactly what happened, but ever since that day, people living near the room have reported hearing strange noises in the middle of the night, seeing furniture move by itself, and feeling sudden cold drafts even when all the windows are closed. Not long after, another student suffered a tragic fate in the same room, deepening the ghostly atmosphere that hung over the entire dormitory. Some have claimed to see a ghostly face imprinted on the door of room 428, a face that returns again and again, no matter how many times the door is replaced. Other students have described the sensation of an invisible force pulling at their legs or hearing footsteps overhead, even though they lived alone. Over the years, these stories only grew, until finally, room 428 was permanently closed and no one dared to stay there again. The university confirmed that this is the only room in the entire Wilson Hall dormitory that is not allowed to be assigned to students. What makes this mystery even more fascinating is the geography and history of the area around Ohio University. There is a legend that Wilson Hall sits right at the center of 5 old cemeteries, arranged in the shape of a 5-pointed star, which is said to be the reason for so many strange happenings there. Some believe the land once belonged to Native American burial grounds or was part of the Athens Lunatic Asylum, a hospital known for its own haunted stories that have lasted for centuries. No matter what the truth may be, room 428 at Ohio University remains a lasting part of American urban legend. A place every generation of students hears about, and a reminder that there may still be an invisible world quietly watching from behind the old dormitory walls. Number 81. Dead Sea Scrolls, ancient texts that rewrote religion. In 1947, A Bedouin shepherd boy, while searching for a lost goat near Qumran on the West Bank, accidentally threw a stone into a cave and heard the sound of pottery breaking. Inside, he discovered clay jars containing nearly intact scrolls made of parchment and papyrus. From 1947 to 1956, archaeologists and Bedouins explored 11 caves near Qumran, unearthing around 981 manuscripts comprising more than 25000 fragments, representing 800 to 900 original works. These scrolls date from the 3rd century BC to the 1st century AD, making them the oldest known copies of the Hebrew Bible and other religious texts ever discovered. The Dead Sea Scrolls include two main categories. About 40% are biblical manuscripts, containing nearly every book of the Hebrew Bible. The remainder are non-biblical texts, including 30% sectarian writings such as the Community Rule, the War Scroll, and commentaries on the Book of Habakkuk, along with 30% documents from the Second Temple period, such as the Book of Enoch and the Book of Jubilees. One of the strangest manuscripts is the Copper Scroll, which lists 64 locations of hidden gold and silver. But who created these scrolls, and why were they hidden? Many scholars believe they were the product of the Essenes, a Jewish sect living an austere life near Qumran. However, some argue that the scrolls may be a collection from Jerusalem's libraries, hidden in the caves to protect them from destruction during the Jewish revolt against Rome. This revolt led to the destruction of the Second Temple, and perhaps the scrolls were concealed to safeguard sacred knowledge from falling into enemy hands. What makes the Dead Sea Scrolls truly remarkable is how they challenge our understanding of the Bible. Before their discovery, the oldest known copy of the Hebrew Bible was the Leningrad Codex from 1008 AD. The scrolls are 1,000 years older, revealing a striking similarity to the later Masoretic text, confirming the care with which Jewish scribes preserved the scriptures. But the mystery does not end there. Some bold theories suggest the scrolls may contain forbidden secrets, teachings, or prophecies that religious leaders of the time deemed dangerous. Some have even speculated that the scrolls may be connected to the secret doctrines of Jewish sects, possibly influencing early Christian followers, such as John the Baptist, whose purification rites resemble those of the Essenes. Another question is why the scrolls were hidden in sealed jars. Were they protected from war, or did they represent teachings intended only for a chosen few? There are no contemporary records explaining the reason, and the caves contain no tools or traces of daily life. It is possible that this act of concealment was related to the Jewish practice of genizah, in which sacred but worn texts were buried to avoid desecration. Number 82. The Lost Labyrinth of Egypt, a massive underground mystery. More than 2,500 years ago, an ancient Greek historian stood before a wonder he described as surpassing even Egypt's Great Pyramids. He spoke of an enormous underground system with thousands of rooms, covered in hieroglyphs and wall paintings, all buried beneath the desert sands. This was the Labyrinth of Hawara. But that system disappeared from human sight, turning into a legend often dismissed as pure fiction. Then, in 2008, when archaeologists excavated near the Hawara Pyramid, a labyrinth was uncovered before their eyes. Was this the legendary maze? Located in the Fayum Oasis, about 90 kilometers south of Cairo, the Hawara Labyrinth is believed to be near the pyramid of Pharaoh Amenemhat III, the last powerful king of the 12th dynasty. According to the historian Herodotus, who claimed to have seen it with his own eyes in the 5th century BC, this labyrinth was a two-level structure with nearly 3,000 rooms, 1,500 above ground and 1,500 below. He described 12 roofed courtyards, 6 to the north and 6 to the south, with winding passages connecting the rooms, corridors, and intricately carved columns. The walls were covered with hieroglyphs and paintings, and each courtyard was surrounded by perfectly joined white stone columns. Herodotus wrote, "If you combined all the buildings of the Greeks, they would not equal this labyrinth in labor and expense," and he was not the only one to see it. Other ancient historians like Strabo, Diodorus, Siculus, and Manetho also spoke of a giant structure at Hawara, with some even claiming to have explored it themselves. Strangely, the Egyptians did not call it a labyrinth. To them, it may have been a burial complex, designed to protect kings and sacred crocodiles. Herodotus said the guardian refused to show him the underground chambers because they contained the tombs of the labyrinth's builders and the remains of holy crocodiles. The whole structure was surrounded by a wall 385 meters long and 158 meters wide, larger than both the Karnak and Luxor temples combined. But the mystery did not end with its discovery. After the 2008 find, Egypt's Supreme Council of Antiquities ordered a halt to publishing results, citing reasons of national security. Researcher Louis de Cordier, the leader of the Mataha group, waited 2 years for permission to go public, but never received a response. In the end, he created a website to share the discovery with the world. Since then, no major excavations have taken place, and the Hawara site remains off-limits. Why would a discovery that could change history be kept secret? Does this labyrinth hold secrets that authorities don't want revealed? One theory is that the Hawara labyrinth was a massive burial complex, built to protect the tomb of Amenemhat III and his daughter. Historians believe it could contain treasures, artifacts, and texts revealing details about ancient civilizations, even those that predate written history. Some ancient records say the labyrinth was designed to confuse and protect the tomb from robbers. But others think the labyrinth may not be as grand as Herodotus described. Some scholars suggest ancient historians like Pliny may have exaggerated, relying on unreliable sources, or never having seen the structure themselves. Over thousands of years, floods and quarrying in the Fayum region have altered the landscape, possibly destroying or burying large parts of the labyrinth under Nile mud. Today, the Hawara labyrinth remains an unsolved riddle. Even though radar has confirmed the existence of underground chambers, no one is allowed to enter and explore them. If you find yourself drawn to mysteries just like we are, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below about what sparks your curiosity the most. Let's keep exploring the strange and fascinating together in the next video.